What is up, everybody? Welcome to the Masterclass on AI tools and automations. We are going to be using voice AI tools and N8N automations to be able to build awesome automations and tools for your AI agents. Some of the demos that we're going to be building are AI for sending appointment links over the phone, for checking calendar availability over the phone, scheduling appointments over the phone. If we have time, we're also going to build an AI texting agent so that you can do the same stuff but via text. This is WhatsApp and SMS. We're going to jump in. I do have some people from the partnership community here with me today to hang out, ask any questions that they may have. So you might hear them pop in, ask a question. I figured doing this in an open way where everybody can kind of just hang out and get the skills at the same time is valuable, and it's mostly selfish, so I don't have to do it by myself. Cool. Guys, if you have any questions throughout this, the way we're going to do this is I'll probably just start. It's going to be kind of like a speed run. I don't know if you've ever done a speed run in a video game, but it's just going to be bloop, 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 bloop all over the place. I'm going to try not to expose any of my API keys while we do this. If I happen to, please just let me know. You can literally let me know during the video or afterwards or whatever. But if you see something that you shouldn't see, please tell me so that the rest of the world doesn't see that thing that they shouldn't see. But any questions? I think there's a raise your hand function. Yeah, on Go High Level or not Go High Level. Google Meet. You can just raise your hand, and I mean this is just us hanging out, so it doesn't need to be super formal. The value of this, Don just raised his hand. Do you have a question, or was that just a demonstration of that it works?
Yeah, I just had a question. Like, what's the sequence of this masterclass? Like,
Cool.
from starting?
We're gonna start with getting a Go High Level account set up, getting the snapshot in. So you guys who don't have the snapshot already, I'll send it over to you once we get to that point in our program. It's next week or the week after. Monthon, you already have it, but we're going to start by using that snapshot to set up a Go High Level account. Then we're going to set up a new Twilio account. Then we're going to set up a new Vapi account. Uh, we will setting up an N8N account doesn't really take too much. You just log in. Again, if you have the self-hosted version, good for you. If you don't, use the cloud. And I will be posting a video on how to set up N8N self-hosted later. But that is our tech stack. So we're going to start by just getting the logins to everything, getting our API tokens, getting our bearer tokens, making sure that everything is connected, and then we'll start building. We're going to build a voice AI agent first that is doing outbound calling to qualify people for an appointment, booking them in for an appointment, and that's pretty much it for the voice. We'll do a few different methods for that. So sending appointment link, checking availability, and booking. And then we will do automations for setting up an AI texting agent using Go High Level and N8N. So same process. We'll get through as much as we can. If we get through all of it, then I'll just build another automation after that, or we'll open it up for a group discussion. And if there's a specific automation you want to see built in the time that we have left, I can build that, or we can just kind of discuss what we've learned. If I'm going too fast, it is kind of intentional. I do want to get through a lot of this stuff, but still feel free to stop me and ask questions. We'll probably take a break every 45 minutes or so to just open it up to discuss what we've done so far before we continue moving forward. Cool.
Yep.
All
Cool.
righty. Let's jump right in. So first things first, I'm on Vapi in the dashboard, creating a new organization. That's pretty straightforward. When you go to the dashboard, just obviously log in, go to organizations, hit create new, then create your organization. Um, I'm not gonna go back to the super basics and show you exactly how to log in. That is pretty straightforward. Um, but let's go to Go High Level. So here inside of Go High Level, I have an account snapshot. You guys will have the snapshot too soon enough. Boom, look, snapshot. I'm going to create a new account with this snapshot. So create new account, that account manually. Um, what's up, Enrique? Go ahead.
Are you sharing screen
I am not
on?
sharing my screen. No.
Yeah,
Good call. Here we go.
that's why.
All right, there we go. Go high level. Let me go back to where I was at a second ago. Go to account snapshots. So again, you will have the snapshot soon enough, just not right now. Create new account. There we go. Add account manually. Wait for it to load. And I'm just going to fill out this stuff with some blah, blah, blah. So again, by the end of this, you should be able to like set up a whole AI account. You'll definitely have all of the voice AI stuff set up by the time we're done with this. Text AI is like an extra little feature that most people don't do. I mean, nobody else does it this way. So this is like a big reveal to the world pretty much. But um, I mean, you guys know the value of having voice AI agents and text AI agents, so I'm not going to spend so much time explaining that. But testing masterclass at Gold. And again, I'm just filling out random information here, but this would be your client's information or your information if you're setting this up for yourself. Maybe get some popcorn. This is gonna be a show, a long one. That's not a number. Only 2, 3. And we're gonna do this in. Well, I'm in LA right now, so we're gonna do this in the Los Angeles time zone. But I'm from the East Coast, Virginia boy, repping the East Side. Okay, sub account is created. Switch to sub account because we used the create sub account button to actually make the sub account. So everything should already be in here. It might take a second to load, but let's just click around and see. Oh yeah, and things are going to be moving a little slow since I'm doing a Loom and doing Google Meet at the same time and clicking around the automations. Okay, let's refresh and see. All right, so while our Go High Level account is refreshing, it is not supposed to show up in this format. Everything is supposed to be in a folder already, but it looks like Go High Level is being a little buggy, but that's fine. We'll let that load. I'm going to make a Twilio account real quick. So if you're not familiar with Twilio, go to Twilio. That is not going to pull up the homepage. Twilio. Twilio is the phone provider that we use for all AI voice solutions. Super easy to integrate. Just go to twilio.com, log in, or hit start for free, and you'll be good to go. Twilio is available like almost worldwide, so pretty much everybody has access to Twilio. Anyways, log in, create your account. It'll look something like this. We'll call this Masterclass Twilio. Select existing account. Do you want to use compliance and billing details from existing account? I kind of do, but I'm not going to. Blah, 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 blah. None of this stuff really matters. It's just them trying to get some information on you. Yay, we just made a Twilio account. All right, some things to note as soon as we get in here. When you've not set up a Twilio account before, you do already get some trial credits. When you're using these trial credits, that's fine, but you can only buy one number when you're on the trial. It's just a demo number that comes with your account. You will need to upgrade pretty much like immediately so that we can purchase multiple phone numbers. And I'll talk about the significance of that in just a moment as well. Other points to mention, here you'll see your account SID and your auth token. Your auth token is pretty much like your password. It's like your API key, your private integration token. It's the thing that you don't want to show anybody else because they'll have access to all of your API. They'll be able to log into your account or make API requests to your account. Uh, don't expose your auth token. I will be exposing it for this because I'm literally making this so I can show you guys everything behind the scenes, but I'm going to delete all of these accounts after we're done with this masterclass. So I don't care about exposing it, but do not expose these things. That is important. We have an account SID and auth token with Twilio. We're going to need to buy some phone numbers, and I'll come back and do that in just a second. Last thing, I want to set up a Vapi account real quick. If you don't know how to log into Vapi, go to vapi.com or vapi.ai, hit dashboard. It'll pull up your dashboard. You can log in. Once you go to log in, organizations, hit the plus button, create new, make an organization. This is Masterclass. Cool. All right. We're up. Again, don't expose your stuff. Nobody can really do anything with this stuff here, but you'll notice when we go to API keys, this is the same thing as like your Twilio account SID or your Go High Level private integration token. Do not share this. People will have access to your account if you. But that is created. We are good. Twilio's good. So that's all it takes pretty much to create your accounts. If you want to create an N8N account, go to n8n.io. Get started for free. If you want to self-host and see the benefits of self-hosting, this is how much it costs if you don't self-host. $20 a month, you get 5 active workflows and 2.5 thousand executions. If you do self-host, you get unlimited workflows, unlimited executions for $0 a month. You do want to put this on a cloud server though, so you can still have access to webhooks, and that is where your like $6 a month would come in. There is documentation for self-hosting N8N. Again, I'm going to create a video for how to actually do this, but if you want to jump ahead and just start looking at documentation, that's fine. We are also going to be going through the Go High Level documentation here. If you go to Google and just type in Go High Level API 2.0, you'll find this page. This is how we do a lot of automations directly to the CRM, and it's super awesome because now you can use AI to update your CRM automatically. It's like literally having a person making the manual adjustments in your business. That is freaking awesome. My ultimate vision is to build like an AI agent that has like complete and entire access to like everything in the CRM. It's not super necessary. Like what I've already built with the texting agent, it has, the majority of access you would need. And we'll get into that a bit more later. But just so you know, we will also be going through some API documentation so you understand what you're looking at and the value of going through and understanding what this stuff means. Not super complicated. We'll kind of touch on it some. But let's go back to Go High Level. It looks like now our Go High Level folders are all actually set up correctly, which is beautiful. When you are in this account, first thing to do is I would go through the automations and look at them and just, get familiar with them. But when you're actually setting the account up, I have created a form for you called the Growth is Simple AI Multi-Call Setup. So this means if you open that form, you just go to Forms, go to Builder, click on the form, and you hit Preview the form. You'll be able to set up your entire AI multi-call flow literally with this form, and it takes 10 minutes. The AI multi-call automation, I'm going to show you in just a second, step by step, what it's doing, but I'm going to set it up first so we can demo it as we go. So just fill out your information, Trey John, email, my phone number. I'm the one who's filling the stuff out, so I want to create a demo contact to be actually testing inside of this account. Account company name is the name of the sub account, whatever business you're setting this up for. Now you're going to see business Twilio account SID, business Twilio auth token. So let's go to Twilio, account SID, account auth token. I do have an automation set up to allow you to automatically purchase Twilio numbers. It doesn't work perfectly yet, so just hit no when we're going to purchase our numbers manually, which is fine. It takes like 2 seconds. Voice AI call URL, you'll see a drop down. Just select it. There's only one option. Voice AI create phone number URL, again, drop down. Just select it. Voice AI bearer token. So this is your API key from Vapi. Do not expose this. Same thing with this information up here. Do not expose this. But let's go over to Vapi, grab our API key, go back to here. Do not expose this. Cool. Okay. Do you want to set up AI outbound assistant? So the AI outbound assistant workflow is an AI voice assistant that can call lists of people multiple times over 6 days. So it will call them, have the conversation, determine the call outcome, and then if they don't answer, it'll call them again the next day and continue to do that. The value of that is, again, you don't have to do manual follow-up if people don't answer. You can call hundreds of people in a day and continue to call them until they answer. So yes, I'm going to set up the AI outbound assistant. So I need to get an AI outbound voice AI ID. So I'm going to go back to Vapi, go to platform, hit assistants, and we need to make an assistant. Create assistant. This assistant's name will be, I usually do androgynous names, so I can just flip the voice between male or female, however I want. We're going to name this one, this is going to be, all right, Chris. Create assistant. Now, while we're here, I'm also going to show you how I typically go about prompting my agents to start. We won't do a whole deep dive on prompting because that can be a whole session in its own, but I will show you the secret sauce. So Claude is my very favorite AI assistant. It's perfect for everything. I prefer Claude over GPT because it's smarter. So when I'm doing this, you're going to see that I'm just speaking to my laptop here and words are appearing. I have speech to text turned on my Mac. If you have a Windows or a Dell or whatever, somewhere in your settings you can turn on speech to text. I don't know how to do it for you guys, but if you have a Mac, it's in your settings. I just find it way easier. Anyways, I'm going to talk to Claude and tell it what we're doing here so that we can build the assistant in a way that's pretty straightforward. Yo, what's up, Claude? What's going on, my guy? So today we are going to be building a voice AI assistant. This assistant is the representative of the AI Masterclass. That's the business name, is AI Masterclass. Actually, I want to set up a demo for business acquisition because I'm working on that right now anyways, and 2 birds, 1 stone, right? So let's do AI business acquisition. The company name is the Business Pros, and Chris is the AI assistant for the Business Pros. Now, Chris's job is to call out to, let's say, Chris is calling out to gym owners who own their gym and their real estate and qualifying them to see if they're interested in potentially partnering with us and allowing us to acquire their business, a majority stake in their business and their real estate, so that we can provide them some additional, resources, operational support, and obviously we'll be paying them for their real estate and for their business. So our value proposition looks something like gaining immediate financial support, operational support, so that they can focus on the portions of their business that they love, or potentially reinvest the money that they make into other opportunities to continue to, grow their mission or have impact. A lot of this is going to be really just a quick call to see if they're interested in hopping on a meeting. So we don't really need to go super deep into the details of what this opportunity is. We just need to pique their interest. And I want you to do that by just asking 2 or 3 qualifying questions, just making sure that they own their real estate, they are the owner of the gym, and they're interested in the opportunity to explore um, being financially compensated for their business and for their real estate, and the value of an additional support from professionals who help to build better businesses. The AI assistant, Chris, is also going to have a couple of tools that it can use. It is going to be able to send an appointment link. So for the people who want to book an appointment, we're going to use send appointment link tool. We'll set that up down the road a bit. The personality of the assistant needs to be friendly but direct. So the responses need to be brief, to the point, and uh, that's pretty much it. So Chris is an acquisitions assistant with the business pros. Chris is friendly, professional, and to the point. Chris needs to ask the qualifying questions and attempt to book an appointment. When booking the appointment, Chris is going to need to ask for the contact's name, their well, that's it, because we're sending the link so they can book themselves. So yeah, really we just need to make sure that we have their name, and we are going to text them at the same number that we're calling them at. So that's pretty straightforward. That's it for now. Go ahead and help me write this prompt for Chris. Now, I want you to write the prompt in second person speaking voice. You can learn from my speaking voice that I'm, talking to you with right now, to be able to best train Chris to be an incredible acquisitions assistant. He just needs to call out and talk like a person. Keep the conversation as natural as possible. And I want you to train him in second person as if you were training a real person who needed to be an expert in being able to do these calls well and guarantee that the people who are talking on the other end have an enjoyable experience. Help me write this prompt. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love you. Bye. Okay, so the reason that I speak to the assistant rather than just typing is, 1, it's way faster. 2, I do intentionally ramble on in the prompting because I want it to have enough understanding of what a natural speaking voice is like. How do we just talk like a regular human? And the AI, when we prompt Vapi, it's actually going to pick up on the way that we're prompting it. So if we're prompting it in a natural language, it's going to have an easier time speaking in a natural language. Again, this should be good enough for, I think the concise responses are on for, normal is fine. If they're interested, all we need is their name. Okay, cool. That should work well enough for them. Just as a little template. We can go in and spruce it up a bit in a minute. Okay, so go back to Vapi, paste your prompt from Claude, remove any additional details that aren't necessary. I'm going to exit this. So some things you'll notice is we have plenty of LLM providers, OpenAI, Anthropic, Perplexity, Grok, whatever. Google has some new ones that just came out that I actually really like, but we're going to just stick with the OpenAI GPT 4.0 Mini. You don't ever need to use 4.0 cluster. It is smarter, but it's slower, and it's not really that much smarter that it makes a difference. I always use 4.0 mini cluster because it's faster and cheaper, and it's smart enough for anything. Like 3.5 was really good back in the day, but 4.0 mini is even better, so we use 4.0 mini now. Knowledge base. I don't ever use the knowledge base in the files here. I always just attach my knowledge base in the prompt at the bottom. The reason for this is if you're using knowledge base and you're doing function calls, which is your tool calls, like when we want the AI assistant to send an appointment link, it doesn't work well when you have stuff in your knowledge base. It's a weird bug. I don't know. Just don't use it. put your knowledge base in here. If you are working with somebody who has a ton of files that they need to put in the knowledge base, tell them no. Like, nobody on the phone needs to have every single piece of detail about a business. So slim it down to what's super important. And if the voice AI is doing something like checking inventory, then we need to do a function call to check that inventory. You don't put the knowledge base right inside the knowledge base. We'll do a tool call to go search the inventory. That's some more advanced stuff that we'll get into really if you need it. It's not likely that you'll ever need it unless you're doing something super advanced or like, knowledge or inventory searches for like an e-commerce company or a dealership or something. The temperature, this is just the randomness of the output. I usually set it to about 0.5. You can play around with some of these settings. Max tokens, this is the max output that the AI can speak. Again, you can play with these settings. I just have some defaults that I like. Detect emotion, I turn on because it gives the AI just a little bit more context on, the person speaking. So that's my LLM settings. Super easy, to the point. First message. This is the very first message that the AI is going to say. Let's say, hey, if we do have a name, the name will, be spoken here. This is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going? So again, put yourself in the shoes of like a cold caller, or this doesn't necessarily have to be cold calling. This could be opted in, outbound. Just put yourself in the shoes of whoever's doing the calls and try to make this as natural as possible. If I did know the name of the person, right, I'd want to say their name here. This is a dynamic variable. We're going to cover exactly how to set that up in just a moment. But pretty much what this means is if we're doing these calls from Go High Level and we have a contact name, that name is going to pop up here dynamically, and the AI will actually be able to say the name. Same thing if we had a business name, or an address for the business, or anything else we want the AI assistant to know about that person we're calling specifically. We could add other dynamic variables. And we're kind of just going to breeze through this and start connecting some pieces. Transcription, you can pretty much leave it to what it is. If you're doing Spanish, you might want to switch this to Spanish. If you want to be able to switch between English and Spanish, you can use the multi option here and use 11 Labs Turbo 2.5. I actually do usually just go ahead and set this up for multi and 11 Labs 2.5 because it works well. There's a voice on here that I like a bunch that I'm actually just going to pick a random one and see how it sounds. Sure. Let's do Ashley. Background sound, if you want there to be an office sound in the background, you can turn this to office. I'm going to set it to off. Punctuation boundaries. This just better helps the voice assistant know when to pause based on the punctuation in the prompt. So I'm just going to put the standard punctuation, commas, periods, exclamation point, question mark. If I'm using any other sentence breaks, I'm just going to kind of drop those in there. The rest of these settings, again, just play with the settings until the voice sounds how you want it to sound. I'm going to leave it at the default for now. I am going to turn on background denoising. This just helps to filter out the background noise. It makes it easier for the AI to, understand. Okay. Functions. This is where we're going to set our tools. So the first tool we're going to build is the send appointment link tool. That is so that we can send a link to our calendar to the people who confirm that they want to book with us. It's the easiest way to do appointment booking because you don't have to check availability or have the AI book. You can just send the link and people can book that way. You can send it via email. You can send it via SMS or WhatsApp, whatever you want. But we're going to set that up in just a moment. The advanced tab. So here, if you're doing anything regarding like HIPAA details, so people's private information regarding their health records, you can actually turn on HIPAA compliance, but you won't ever get recordings or any logs or transcripts of the conversation. So just bear that in mind. If you're setting up something that requires HIPAA compliance, you're not going to really be able to do a lot of quality assurance with your AI system. Audio recording is turned on. That's good. So we're going to get a recording of the call. Wait seconds. You can read through these things and it'll explain to you exactly what they do, but I'm just going to show you my defaults. I typically just set everything to 0.5 because it works well, but play with your settings as much as you want. Number of words. So this is if the person starts speaking, how many words do they have to say for the AI to stop and listen? I set this to 2 to make sure that any background noise isn't making the AI stop, but if somebody's actually trying to speak, the AI will stop. Those are pretty good settings. Silence timeout. This is how long does there need to be silence on the other end of the phone from the caller before the AI just drops the call. I usually set this to about 2 minutes just in case we reach a gatekeeper and they need to go find the owner or somebody who is a decision maker and they put us on hold. I just kind of turn it up for that case. Maximum duration. This is in seconds. 1800 is that's 30 minutes. That should be plenty. But obviously you can go all the way up to like I think that's like 10 hours, 24 hours, something ridiculous, but we have 30 minutes. Okay. I'm just going to remove the client messages because we're not using a client. We're using server URL. The client messages are if you're building like an application or something. Server messages is what we're using. The only server message we need to keep is the end of call report. So delete everything else. We're going to actually integrate this in just a second as well. And we'll be doing the step by step. So we're going to come back to this. Last piece of the building an agent. This is your analysis section. So at the end of a call, you can get a lot of information about the call. You can get a summary of the call, a success evaluation, and structured data. We're not going to use success evaluation right now because it isn't super necessary, but if you want to, just feel free to read and it'll tell you exactly what it does. The summary is you are an expert AI note taker. Please give us the most important details of the call in bullet point format. You can be as detailed in this as you want. I'm, again, not going to be that detailed right now, but typically I would be. Structured data. So this is the most important piece of the analysis page. This is how we pull specific information from the phone call and get a specific output. So for example, we're going to set up call outcome, and that is so that the AI can determine the outcome of the call. And we can easily map that outcome to trigger other automations later. So if the caller was not interested, the AI will put the output of not interested in the call outcomes space, and then we'll be able to map that not interested result to trigger other automations. We're about to set this up, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about in just a moment. But we're going to circle back to do this in a second. This piece is important. But for now, we have an AI assistant built, put together, at least enough that it can have a brief conversation. What we need to do is grab the assistant ID right up here, copy. Let's go back to our form, paste the assistant ID. Boom, there we go. Do you want the outbound assistant to answer inbound calls? So if we are calling outbound with this assistant, it's calling a bunch of people. Oftentimes, people are going to call back to us, right? So the AI, this question is, do we want the AI to answer it and talk, or do we want it to go to voicemail? Or we could forward the numbers to like a real human representative. For now, I'm going to set this to no. I don't want this assistant to answer inbound calls. But it's super easy to do that manually later, and I'll show you how to do that. All right, AI outbound phone numbers. So these are the numbers that the AI is calling from. The reason you see multiple numbers here is because if we are calling at scale, if we have a high volume of calls, we don't want to be calling from the same Twilio number for every single call that's going outbound. For example, if we're doing 600 calls a day, we don't want one Twilio number to handle 600 calls a day. We will end up in spam way faster that way, and the goal is to stay out of spam so we can keep our pickup rates high. So I purchased 5 Twilio phone numbers to rotate between so that if I'm doing 600 calls a day, 125 of those calls is happening on Twilio phone number 1. The next 125 is on Twilio phone number 2, et cetera, et cetera. So your AI assistant can have multiple numbers it's calling from. That is the purpose of this. So when we go back to Twilio and go to phone numbers, manage by a number, if you don't have billing set up already, you will have some trouble when you want to buy a number. I'm just going to buy some numbers in LA because I'm in LA right now, and why not? Buy the number, agree, buy the number. Boom. I just bought one. Another one. Boom. We're on a demo account, so I could only buy one at this moment. Typically, you would buy 5 phone numbers. Since we're on the demo account, I'm not going to do all of that. I think it. Let me ask you guys real quick. Hey, does that make sense? I'm only going to buy one, but usually you would buy 5. Any questions about that? No. I'm going to assume no. Okay. Go back to the form and paste the phone number in. Again, here is where you would usually be pasting 5 different phone numbers. If you are doing high volume outbound calls, you need to paste 5 phone numbers here. Now, if you're doing low volume outbound calls, for example, if this is opted in outbound, so somebody fills out a form and you're calling out to them and you're expecting maybe 20 form results are coming in a day, you don't need to purchase 5 different phone numbers to handle 20 calls a day, right? So you could, in that instance, just paste the same number in for all 5 of the numbers. You do need to put something in for all of these fields, regardless, because the phone number rotator is still going to be set up, and it needs to have a value in each of these slots. But if you don't need to rotate a number, then just use the same phone number and paste it in all of the spots. Again, make sure to remove any spaces. Make sure to include your country code. The example is here. To follow the example, there's a plus for your country code, so that's +1 is the United States. I have my area code and the rest of the phone number. There needs to be no spaces in between them, just like that. Okay, outbound success evaluation plan enabled. So if you want to be using the outbound success evaluation plan, which is what we're looking at here, if you want to use this, you can set it to true and use it. Where are we at? If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. But I'm going to just set it to true. Same thing with the summary plan. If you intend for the AI assistant to have summaries, you can leave it as true. And that is it. The structured data is always set to true, so I don't have a field in here to map that. What I'm showing you right here is extra. It's not required. By default, these are set to true, but some people like to pinch pennies, and the AI outbound success evaluation plan typically costs like, a fraction of a penny per call. But if you want to say fractions of a penny per call, you can set this to false. Anyways, that's all for setting up the assistant. I'm not going to set up the reactivation assistant right now, and I'm not going to set up the reschedule assistant. They're pretty much the same workflow as the outbound assistant, just different copies of the same workflow so that you can set up multiple campaigns at the same time if you would like. So if I have an AI assistant for the outbound calls, and then I have an AI assistant doing database reactivation, and then I have an AI assistant doing appointment rescheduling, I would create 3 different assistants on Vapi, and I can all still set them up here in this. And that is it. Submit. Our form has been submitted. Let's go back to the automations. Now, a couple things you'll see is, actually, I'm going to go to contacts first. Look, I have a contact here. That contact was just created because I filled out the form. That is the contact I'm going to use to do this testing. That's why I put my information in there. In your automations, you'll see the growth is simple folder. You can go to, I'm going to show you account setup real quick because that's what we just did. Is this growth is simple multi-call setup form is the one that we just submitted. We submitted that form to set up the automations. We submitted the form, it triggered these automations. You can go through this in your own time, but I figured I'd highlight how this works. Is we're using custom values for a lot of the automations here, and when we filled out the form, we were updating the custom values inside of our account. So when I filled out the Twilio account SID here, it created a custom value or updated the custom value inside of the sub account to have the Twilio account SID attached to it. Same thing with literally all the rest of this. The auth token, there's a custom value. The bearer token, there's a custom value. I'm going to go show you the custom values here in just a second so you get how that works. But everything that we just did in that form was just updating custom values. So you don't have to go copy and paste in the custom value section. You can just fill out the form and everything's in one place. So that form is how we updated. One moment while it loads. Growth is simple setup form. So we just updated all of these custom values, right? Super easy. It's way easier to do it with the form than just like coming over here to copy and paste. There's some more stuff that we'll set up, but that's most of this stuff is for the text AI agent, and we'll get there. Or it's for the other AI assistants, right? Reactivation assistant. Again, same workflow as the outbound assistant, just if you want it to do a different type of call, right? It might be database reactivation. It could be a different campaign, still doing outbound cold calling or outbound opted in calling, whatever. All of the stuff can be duplicated. I just have 3 base workflows in there for you to start with to make it super easy without you having to go copy and paste. So let's go to the automations. Growth is simple. We hit growth is simple AI engagement, AI outbound assistant, because that's the one we just set up. You'll see 2 automations here. One is the end of call report, which we'll get after the call is finished, and the other is the multi-AI call, which is how we do multiple AI calls, right? Calling people over multiple days. So let's go ahead and open this up. All right. This might look like it is a lot. It is really just copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste for 6 days. So starting the automation, this automation can be triggered with a tag. The tag is AI outbound multi-AI call. So the way you might use this is you can import your leads onto Go High Level. So you have a bunch of contacts. You just import them with the CSV. You have their name, their phone number. If you want to call those people for 6 days, you can add this tag to that contact. It is AI outbound multi-AI call, and they will come into this workflow. You'll see a 1-minute drip. This drip is to keep the actions that are happening on the automations separated. Go High Level can do a maximum of 10 actions per second. I like to pull it way, way back just to make sure that Go High Level doesn't error out because we're trying to do too much at the same time. So I only let one contact go through this every 1 second. The if else statement here, contact Twilio phone number exists. This is determining whether the contact that we are calling has already been called by one of our AI numbers. If it has been, I don't rotate the numbers because I don't want to call the contact with a bunch of different, AI phone numbers. So if they're getting AI outbound calls, I would like it to be the same phone number that they're getting a call to. So we're going to check to see if the contact has a Twilio phone number attached yet. Oh, it doesn't. Cool. Then we're going to go attach a Twilio phone number. This is our phone number rotator. So the contacts will randomly go down one of these paths where we are going to update their phone number with the custom value of phone number 1, right? When we filled out that form and pasted this phone number in for phone number 1, that's where it's now updating the contact's phone number. If I had bought 2, 3, 4, and 5, then these custom values would all be different here, right? This is custom value AI phone number 2. It would have this phone number attached to it because we updated that custom value with the phone number 2. Same thing for 3, 4, and 5. I have the same phone number in all of these custom values, so the rotator is going to just set the same phone number and it'll still work the same way. Just we won't be rotating different numbers. If I wanted to go buy a number later and reset this up, I would just go change the custom value inside of the custom values folder and update it with my new number. Or I could fill out the form again. that works also. Okay, so phone number is now attached. We are starting the AI outbound campaign. So this is updating your opportunity section. This is just so you can easily track the results of the campaign without having to click into the automation itself. You can just go to Go High Level Opportunities. I actually do want to pull that up while I go through here. So we'll let that load. All right, we'll pop back in there while it loads. So the an opportunity is created so that we can track the contact as they go through our system. We're going to remove any previous campaign tags. So if this isn't the first time you've used this campaign to call a contact, we do want to start fresh so that we can accurately update the contact as it goes through the campaign this time. Wait for business hours so that we aren't calling people outside of their business hours. Another 1 minute drip, again, so we can separate the amount of leads or contacts that are going through this workflow at once, just to make sure that we don't produce an error. So one contact can go through this automation every 1 minute. Sorry about it. Okay. And I have a meeting that I was supposed to let them know I was not going to be at, and they will get the point. And that is okay. All right. Outbound AI phone call. This is where things start to get a little juicy. So this is how we are triggering our calls from Go High Level. We are using a custom webhook that fires the calls. This should look pretty familiar if you've ever used a custom webhook to make an AI call with Make or N8N or in Go High Level itself. Again, everything I have in here is a custom value so that it can be easily duplicated and we don't have to go into the automation to set anything up, right? If I test this right now, I will show you. All we've done so far is bought some numbers, set up the API keys, filled out the form. That is the only thing that we have really actually changed. And, oh, well, it failed. Bad request. Twilio SID, Twilio auth token. Sometimes I accidentally put the auth token and the SID in the reverse order. This should not have. Let's go check our custom values. Okay, we have the number set up. We have the voice AI ID. We have the account SID, the account auth token. Let me make sure I didn't flip those on accident. Account SID. SID. Yep. Auth token. The bearer token. The voice AI call URL. And that should be everything. When troubleshooting, I'm just going to take this whole webhook real quick and drop it into Postman. So Postman is a great application for testing your API requests. It sends some additional information when something does fail. So I'm just going to double check real quick. It did look like everything was set up correctly. Let me go ahead and try again real quick. Okay, let's test it here. So I'm pasting in the same exact webhook request. It looks the same way. If I go back here to go high level, you'll see, okay, this is a post request going to our voice AI URL, custom value. So I need to make this a post request going to our voice AI call URL, custom value. See, voice AI call URL, voice AI call URL. Now the headers, you will see our header is bearer token, the custom value, voice AI bearer token. There's our voice AI bearer token. Like that. Go to authorization. It already knows that the authorization type is Vapi because I have the Vapi URL in here, so we can just paste our bearer token here. Bearer token. Go back to headers. We have nothing else in our headers as far as what needs to get sent. We do have content type application JSON. This is another header. So I'm going to copy content type, paste this in the header. It's application JSON. All right, last piece is there's a lot of custom values in here that we need to update real quick. So I'm going to update those. Let's take 2 seconds. Custom. We have the assistant ID. We'll just put my name in here real quick. Trey John. The rest of the stuff I shouldn't need to update. So these are the variable values. These are the dynamic variables that I was referring to earlier. So here in name, in the automation on Go High Level, we're dynamically passing the contact's name here. That's why on Vapi, we can use bracket, bracket, name, close bracket, because it's passing the name from Go High Level using this contact dot first underscore name. If we wanted to use email, then we would have the email get passed to Vapi and we'd use bracket, bracket, email. That's how you pass variable values. Back to testing. Okay. Bunch of random stuff. This is set to, we mark this as true. In the form, we mark this as true, not true. Custom value, Twilio phone number. So if I go back to Twilio, or actually, if I just go back to here, we have our Twilio SID. We have our Twilio auth token. Now this might not have worked because I didn't actually purchase the real number. I'm still on the demo account, but I don't think that's what it is. We'll see in a second. I know what it is. I just figured it out. And that's funny. So since I tried to just test it from here, I don't actually have a Twilio phone number attached to this contact yet, right? Because I just tried to test it manually from this step, and I haven't actually pushed my contact through this step up here. So that is why that was not working. I just figured that out. But if you ever need to troubleshoot something, you just saw how to go to Postman and troubleshoot stuff. I would have just finished, connecting these pieces, which I guess I might as well show anyways. If you did need to troubleshoot, go to Postman and do what I just did here. But I already figured out why it didn't work, and it's simply because I didn't actually run the workflow. But I should show you anyways that it works for troubleshooting, because this is also valuable. 5408. Boom. Send. And I'm getting a phone call.
You have a trial account. Remove this message at any time by upgrading to. Hey Trajan, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going?
It's good. All right, goodbye. So if you need to troubleshoot, you can use Postman to troubleshoot stuff. Right, I can see all of my outputs. I know that it's working. I know that my webhook is working right. So if it had worked right here, then I'd have to go back and figure out why it's not working and go high level. But I already figured it out. I didn't actually run this workflow, so I never got a contact Twilio ID set up. So let's go run the workflow. So if I go to contacts, it is having a hard time loading. Let's just refresh that real quick. Might be able to go back this way. If I go to contacts, wait for it to load. I can click on my contact, or I can just hit add tag here. So I'll just go ahead and click in, because I want to show you some other stuff while we go through this. But add tag, AI, outbound, multi-AI call. Tag is added. I can go back to my automations. I'm getting another phone call from the same number because my double tap is on. Okay. All right, it is loading. There we go. You will notice I just got a phone number from the outbound assistant just now, because I actually did go through the workflow. I just didn't answer it because we already answered one, but that was the AI calling me. So you can see in the enrollment history, I added the tag and my contact was added to the workflow. You can go to the execution logs if you want to see step by step what happened, which I will show you. So in order, step by step, after I added the tag to the contact, I was added to the workflow. I went through the 1 minute drip. I didn't have a phone number attached already, so I went down the split path to get a Twilio phone number added to my contact, and then I started through the campaign. The campaign started. I went through the removing all campaign tags and then waiting for business hours is what it says I'm at. So let's go back to the builder. So the AI outbound call did happen, right? 1 minute drip, AI outbound call. I passed through, I got the call, I didn't answer, and now I'm just waiting for the call to finish. Now that we've had a call successfully go through, we need to grab go back to automations. So that was just testing to make sure that the call would actually happen. I did start to get the call. I can add it again. Honestly, I just forgot that that's what was happening. Was I was supposed to be getting a phone call, so I didn't answer it. But I just wanted to test to make sure that it was actually firing and working, which it did. Okay, so I've removed myself from the workflow so I can test again. Now, the other piece that this automation works with is the end of call report. So you'll notice that after my call went through, I was stuck on the wait for call to finish. The way that we determine when the call finishes is we get an end of call report from Vapi. This is our workflow set up to get to that end of call report. We have an inbound webhook that catches the report from Vapi. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this server URL. Again, it's in the AI end of call report workflow. Go to Vapi, go to functions. Sorry, not functions, go to advanced. Scroll down to server URL, paste. So what this is going to do is Vapi is going to send our end of call report as a server message to our server URL at the end of every call. So we will get that end of call report here inside of this workflow. This workflow is updating the contact for the information regarding the call, such as the call outcome, the transcript of the call, the summary of the call, a recording of the call duration, and if an appointment had gotten booked, we also do appointment date, time, any other information you want to pull from the conversation you can. So this is where our structured data comes into play. It's on Vapi. We are looking for some structured data here. The field we're looking for is called call outcome because that's what I named it. And this is the outcome of the call. So the property name is call outcome. The description is the outcome of the call. Now we need to give Vapi a prompt to be able to determine how to accurately get the outcome of the call. If I was setting this up from scratch, right, I would go to Claude and say, hey, Claude, I need you to help me put together a structured data prompt for determining the call outcome in our end of call report. The potential call outcomes for this call would be the contact was, they received the booking link. So we're going to call that a hot lead in all caps. I call that a hot lead. I also want to look for all caps completed. And that would be for the people who have the conversation, but they don't actually get the appointment link for whatever reason, but they did complete the conversation and expressed interest. Then we're looking for all caps not interested. This is for the people who are not interested in, our offer. We're also looking for a potential outcome of all caps gatekeeper. That outcome happens if the AI talks to somebody on the phone, they're not the decision maker, and we don't end up getting connected to the decision maker. So if the conversation stopped with the gatekeeper, we want the output gatekeeper. We're also looking for all caps D and D. This is do not disturb. So if the contact says something like F off or screw you or don't call me again or remove me from your list, all of that is a D and D for do not disturb. We're looking for all caps voicemail. This is if there is a voicemail of the call went to voicemail and didn't actually get connected with a real person. The output would be voicemail. We have an all caps D and A for did not answer. And this is if some other way we determine that the call wasn't answered. For example, if the call lasts for less than a second, or it's just in general not answered, we want to output D and A. And that's all we're going to do for now. You can do whatever you want, but the reason I have very specific hot lead, completed, not interested, gatekeeper, D&D, voicemail, DNA, is because in the end of call report, you'll notice down here as my potential call outcomes, and we'll get through this in a second and you'll actually see it. I'm looking for hot lead, completed, follow-up, not interested, gatekeeper, D&D, voicemail, DNA, not in business. So I want my end of call report from Vapi to match the potential call outcomes that I'm looking for inside of the automation. I'm going to have, I realize I didn't do follow-up. I also need to create a call outcome, all caps follow, all caps up. This is the call outcome for if somebody, had a brief conversation and then said, hey, actually, I'm busy right now. Can you call me back at a date and time? Or can you call me back later? Right. So this is for the people who are like, hey, call me back later. This is also for the people who request to talk to a human. You can also make those follow-ups. The last one we're looking for is all caps not, all caps in, all caps business. And this is for the people who say, oh, this is the wrong number, or we're not actually a business owner, or we're not in business any longer. That's all of the outcomes for not in business. I need you to create me a structured data prompt that is determining the call outcome by reviewing the transcript and outputs only the appropriate call outcome and no other words. Claude is now going to write me the prompt that I can put into Vapi. I already have templates for this. I will give you guys the templates for this, but it is valuable to understand how these templates got built in the first place and what is the, behind the scenes logic for how these things work. So if this seems like a little nonsensical right now, again, we're going to go through one-on-one and set all this up together anyways, but this is going to give you a good reference to look back and see, okay, that's how the automations work. That's why he set it up this way. And if you ever want to build something custom yourself, now you understand the thought process behind it. So in the structured data prompt, this is again giving the explanation of how to determine the call outcome. If we were looking for appointment, date, time, or something like that, I would also explain in here, hey, pull out the appointment, date, and time. If we were looking for specific answers to specific questions, I could say, hey, get us the answer to the question of what is their yearly revenue, right? You can pull any sort of information from the transcript using this. But this is it, right? We're going to look for hot lead, completed, not interested, gatekeeper, D&D, voicemail, DNA, follow-up, not in business. I'm going to put these in quotes just because I find it makes it easier for the AI to know exactly what to output. Oops. So realistically, you should have already had, a Twilio account made, a Vapi account made, a Go High Level account at least logged into. This process, like the longest piece of any of this is really doing the prompting. Like, I mean, we're at an hour and at least 20 minutes of this hour was just like talking to AI about how to prompt and setting up the AI assistant itself. As far as the workflows are concerned, like if you already have an assistant prompted and set up, copy and pasting these things like the end of call report analysis, this is going to be like the same prompt for all of your agents, right? So once it's made once, you can tweak it a little bit, like just changing the details of how to determine the call outcome. I would never change the call outcomes, right? We're always going to look for hot lead, completed, not interested, gatekeeper, etc. But you can change the details for how to determine what this call outcome is. So if, for example, we were doing live call transfers instead of, sending booking links, this description here would be label the call outcome hot lead if the caller was successfully transferred to our, business line or whatever. That way you don't have to change the other automations. You just change the descriptions here. But the assistant is all set up. It has its server URL. It has the appropriate call outcomes. Now we're going to go make sure that this end of call report is accurately, being is running accurately. This is the workflow that updates the contact and, updates the opportunities based on what the call outcome was. It accurately labels whether the call was answered or not answered, right? Did not answer. And that's what allows the contacts to continue going through our multi AI call workflow here. But I'm going to go run another test so we can actually watch this in practice. So I'm back on my contact, right? That's me. I'm going to go add the tag AI outbound multi-AI call, which will enroll me back into this campaign. Looks like I didn't come in. Let's refresh real quick. Sometimes when I'm doing like Blooms and Google Meet, everything is a lot slower. That's okay. Good water break. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, my workflow is on. I have to, let me remove myself from the workflow first. I thought I'd already done that, but I might have forgot to, or I just missed it, or it didn't load when I did it. Okay, but I'm now officially removed from the workflow, so I should be able to add myself back into the workflow now. So if I go back to contact, tags, outbound multi-call. See, I just came back in. I'm now getting a phone call. I'm going to answer the phone call.
You can remove this message at any time by upgrading.
It's a demo number, so I'm
Hey,
getting a
John,
number.
this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going?
My day is going well. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. I appreciate you taking the time to chat. I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yep, it would. Obviously not a super good transition. I did not spend a lot of time prompting. That is okay. We'll go back and do more prompting later. Hey, dude, can you actually call me back later? I'm busy right now. Thanks. Love ya. Bye. All right. That call is going to end. We're going to go back to the end of call report. We're going to click on inbound webhook trigger. And we're going to fetch sample requests. So we should be seeing the most recent end of call, right? We just did this call, 225, 1125. This is 1125 because, you know, I'm in the Pacific right now, but my laptop still says Eastern. That's okay. Okay. This was our recent call. We just got this end of call report from Vapi. It sent it to our server URL. We're going to click on this mapping reference just so that we can determine whether or not our systems are actually working. So you can see the end of call report. I have a summary. The call outcome was follow-up, which is exactly what I said. Hey, can you call me back later? You can see the transcript of the call. You can see all sorts of stuff. The variable values that got passed through in the webhook, right? My name, email, phone number. So if I wanted to attach any of this stuff to the AI assistant, again, I would just use, the curly bracket email, curly bracket phone, whatever. So I could do email, phone, if I wanted the AI assistant to be able to actually say my phone or my email during the call. Anywho, go ahead and publish that. That is your end of call report. You have a bunch of stuff. Here, we're determining what type of server message we got. We got an end of call report. I have this set up literally just as a catch-all. Again, when you are inside of Vapi, you want to make sure that you are only sending the end of call report. But sometimes people forget to mark only end of call report. They have other stuff being sent to that same server. I don't want that other stuff. So I have this catch-all. If the message type is end of call report, then we'll actually go down the end of call report path. If not, nothing happens. We have another drip to make sure not too much is happening at once. We're updating the contact with call outcome. We are getting the call outcome from the inbound webhook trigger, right? So when Vapi sends the end of call report, we have a ton of information that we can choose from. So the inbound webhook trigger is the end of call report. We hit messages, and you can map tons of information from Vapi. So for example, if I want to know the phone number of the contact, I can hit customer number, and now I am mapping the number that we called the customer from or to, like the number of the customer. We're now updating that contact to match their phone field in Go High Level. Okay, so this is the Go High Level field. This is the information from Vapi. Vapi information, Go High Level field. We have a Go High Level field called AI outbound call outcome. So this is a custom field that I made that you're going to have with the snapshot. AI outbound call outcome. We are getting the structured data. So I'm going to show you where this is mapped inside of the end of call report. So inbound webhook trigger is the inbound call report, messages. If we go to analysis, so the way you know to go to analysis is on Vapi, we're in the analysis tab, right? This is where our call outcome is found. It is labeled structured data. So in the end of call report, you'll see structured data. Call outcome, right? That is the call outcome we're looking for. Here in Vapi, we have call outcome. That is the property that we created, right? So that's how that works. You can create any other property here. So this could be appointment date time, for example. If I was booking an appointment or asking for, when they want to book an appointment during the call, I could have appointment date time. This is the confirmed appointment start date and time. Yeah. This is just an example. So if I wanted to get some more information, I could have appointment date and time, and it would pull the appointment date time. I might even put inside the structured data, extract the confirmed appointment date, just so it knows what it's doing. Okay. So this is how we update the fields. Again, all of this stuff will already be mapped for you when you use the snapshot. You don't need to go in here and change anything, but if you want to build something custom or tweak it, it's good for you to understand how it works. The transcript is coming from Vapi transcript. The summary is coming from Vapi summary. The call recording is coming from Vapi call recording. All of this stuff can be found in the server URL. If you want to create a Google Sheet that also tracks all of this information, I do have a Google Sheet template for you as well. I can send that over to you, but it pretty much maps this same information that we're getting here. We can also update a Google Sheet with that same information, so we can use that for reporting to our clients or whatever. You can use that to create visual dashboards of your data using Google Looker Studio or whatever you want to use, but it can be valuable to also update a Google Sheet so you can create your own dashboards. We can do that together. We're just not going to do that right now. Call type. So this is just looking whether the type of the call was an outbound call or an inbound call. It's just for us to be able to log that, the reports work the same way. But this will actually store a recording of the call on the contact itself. Call log, this updates the notes on the contact so that we can see the history of calls. So if they've gotten multiple calls, we want to be able to see the history of every call they've had. So that's why we're updating a call log. The ended reason is just for error handling. So if we do have some other errors on Vapi's end or on Twilio's end or whatever, I just want to track that so that if something pops up and the calls aren't working, we can easily identify why. It doesn't really happen often, but sometimes it does, and it's good to know. And again, the most important piece is here. We are looking for if the call was answered, what is the outcome of the call? And this is having a hard time loading. There we go. So call outcome is hot lead. Cool. Again, so this is the structured data output. Call outcome is hot lead. If it's a hot lead, it's going to go down the hot lead path. All right. If the call is completed, it's going to go down the completed path. Nothing else needs to happen here. Like, I'm going to delete these real quick. If we wanted to schedule an appointment at the end of the call, we could do that. We don't have to schedule it during the call. But for now, I'm just going to delete these. Because we're not doing anything. We're not booking appointments up in the call. We're sending a link. Okay. That is the whole end of call report. The value of this is, again, we're going to be labeling what happened at the end of the call using this workflow. So if we catch the end of call report, I'm also just going to delete this Google Sheet real quick because I can't save anything with it. Actually, I don't think I even need to save anything because we don't need to. I didn't change anything, so there's nothing to save. But if we go down the hot lead path, I add a tag to the contact called hot lead so that I can easily filter my contacts based off of the tags and see who ended up where when we ran a campaign. The other tag we're adding is answered. So this way we can determine, yes, the call was answered. Yes, the call was answered. Yes, the call was answered, right? Answered, answered, answered. Voicemail gets a DNA tag. DNA did not answer, gets a DNA tag. The reason these are both here is really just catch-alls. Vapi and the voicemail detection is supposed to determine if the call wasn't answered already, but sometimes it gets mislabeled and it still shows up as it was an answered call. So we want to analyze the transcript to determine, okay, was it really an answered call? If not, label it as DNA so they can go back into the multi-call workflow. Not in business, same thing. It's answered. We don't need to call them again. Error. So if none of these outcomes came out for whatever reason, we just tag the contact as an error, and then we need to go through back and manually review, what broke. The last piece on this is we're updating the CRM opportunities so that we can easily go to the opportunities section of the CRM and see where the contacts are at when they go through our campaigns. So I'm actually going to now show you the contacts. So my contact went through that end of call report automation. I can go to a folder here called AI outbound. That's the AI outbound assistant folder. Actually, let me refresh this. So upon refreshing, you will see these custom fields on the contact have automatically been uploaded. You'll also see, okay, the call recording has been stored on the contact. So this is the
Hey,
recording of the
Trajan,
call.
this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going?
My day is going well. Okay, cool. You can see the call outcomes, follow up, which is accurate, right? I say call me back later. The transcript of the call, the summary of the call, the recording of the call, the duration of the call in minutes, the ended call reason, and that's all the stuff that we've actually mapped, right? The most important pieces is the call outcome, the transcript, the recording. Also, we have over here in the notes, we have a log of the call. So every time this outbound assistant talks to somebody, these fields will be overwritten with the new information. So we also store that information in the notes so that we can see the history of the calls, which can all be found right here. The last place to check if you want to be able to easily see the overview of your campaign results is I'm in the AI outbound campaign here. And if I scroll over, I will be in follow-up once it loads. And that is me. That is me in the follow-up because I said, hey, can you call me back later? Right? So anytime you're reviewing your campaign results, you can just go to your campaign opportunities and look at this page and see, okay, well, I have 9 hot leads. That's the people who got an appointment link. So I should have 9 appointments. If somebody didn't book using the appointment link, I should call them and say, hey, did you have any trouble booking? No? Great. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Completed. Again, they're completed. These might also be people I want to call and say, hey, you talked to our AI assistant. How was that? Are you interested? Blah, 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 blah. I can read the transcript from here to be able to determine what happened, though. So if I just click on this opportunity tab, I can see, okay, this person was a follow-up. I want to see the notes for this opportunity. I can see the notes from my call log, and I can easily look, okay, Trey John talked to the person real quick, confirmed that, he was the owner of the property and the business. Trey John asked to be called back later due to being busy, right? So, oh yeah, I would probably want to call this person back or put them back into the AI automation to have them called by the AI again, right? Whatever I determine. And that is it, dude. It is like, it's super simple actually running these things. When like everything that I just went through, I know that might have looked a bit complex, but it is literally just so thoroughly thought through that all you need to do is fill out the form. Because again, really all we did was we filled out the form, we made the assistant, we attached the server URL and the end of call report to make sure that the Vapi is sending the end of call report to our Go High Level account. And then we add a tag to the contact to make it call them. Everything else just happens, right? If I didn't answer that call, I'll show you again with me not answering. Let me go ahead and refresh this. All right, so you'll see in the builder, I answered the call. So I went down the answered path, right? This is waiting for the call to finish. It's waiting for a condition of answered or did not answer. And after seeing that condition, it's like, oh, okay, this contact has the answer tag. I'm going to send the contact down the answered path. It's going to hold for a 30-day review. This is just in case you want to manually move this contact somewhere else in this campaign again to have them get called again, or you just want to keep them here until you review it and confirm that, okay, it actually was answered. Now I can remove them from the campaign. It's up to you. You can also just remove this if you don't want to do any manual review. That's fine. But if they weren't answered, I would be going back down the did not answer path. If it was an error, like if for some reason it didn't get the tag answered or did not answer, it would go down the error path. Somebody would have to manually look real quick, hey, why didn't it get a tag answered or did not answer? For example, sometimes there's like a Twilio error where Twilio doesn't dial out, and obviously it's not going to get answered or did not answer because the call was never actually made. But you'll get notified, so you know hey, I need to go check my campaign and see like what's happening. Fix it real quick. You have a day to fix it, and then they'll go back into the did not answer. If somebody did answer but they ended up in the error, you just want to go check their contact again, check the transcript, make sure, oh, they did answer. I just need to update them in the right spot in the camp and the opportunities real quick, and I'll just remove them from the campaign. Cool. So did not answer are the only people, or did not answer an error are the people who will get called again. There is a double tap here. So if somebody doesn't answer on the first dial, we're going to actually call them back again 3 seconds later and try to connect with them. So this increases pickup rates because not everybody answers their phone the first time it rings, but if it rings again right afterwards, they'll answer. For example, I keep my phone on do not disturb, so I'll only get a call if I get called twice, and this will also make sure that I get calls and anybody else who has their phone on do not disturb gets a call. So that's why we do a double tap here. After the double tap, we wait 12 hours until we're outside of business hours so that we can call them again on the next day and not call them a bunch of times on the same day. And it just keeps running. This is a 6-day double tap campaign. That is everything for setting up the multi-call AI system. It's already updating the CRM. It's already updating the contact. All you have to do is add a tag, and now you have, calls going out. The other pieces that you might want to do is go to Twilio and register your compliance. So in Twilio, if you go to Trust Hub, Trust Hub, you're going to want to do A2P messaging if you intend to use these phone numbers to send text messages, which you very well may be if you're doing like appointment reminders or anything else like that. You need to do your A2P registration. Again, I do have templates for you to use. So if you want to do that, you should. It's super quick. I'll give you a template on exactly what to set up. And I also have a Loom video walking through exactly what to do for setting up A2P. I actually also think that's on the YouTube somewhere already, but there it is. Shake and stir. This is going to help keep you out of spam. Voice integrity, same thing, helps keep you out of spam. CNAME will display your business name. So instead of just a random phone number calling customers, it'll show your business name is calling customers. Increases pickup rates. So These take like literally two seconds to set up. You just need to set up a customer profile, which is just your name, your business information, like your EIN and address. And then you can start to register for these additional compliance measures. Not required, but helps a bunch. And that's the last thing I would do with Twilio right now. Other than that, your phone numbers are being rotated if you put in multiple phone numbers, so you're staying out of spam that way as well. Your people are getting called, the CRMs are getting updated, and your workflows are working. I could go through every single detail of the workflow, but you're going to see the snapshot and be able to work through it. And then if you have any questions, text me or literally whatever. But we'll actually be setting this up together. It's going to take 20 minutes. All right, we're going to take a quick break. If there are any questions, let's ask some questions. I need to pee and drink some water. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to actually test the tool for sending appointment link. That should take at most like 15, 20 minutes. Okay, I'm back. So, for a recap, we have just set up our whole automation for doing multiple AI calls. Literally, all you had to do was import the snapshot. Once you get the snapshot in, go to Forms, go to Builder, Growth is Simple AI multi-call setup. Hit Preview. Fill out the form. And after you do that, your form is completely filled out. All of your custom values are set. You are good to go. Complete the form. Go to Automations. Go to Growth is Simple. Go to Growth is Simple AI Engagement. Outbound Assistant, if that's the one you set up. You can also do this for the other ones if you set up multiple. AI Outbound Assistant. End of call report. Grab your server URL. Copy it. Go to Vapi. Go to Advanced. Paste your server URL. Make sure you're only sending the end of call report in your server URL. So at the end of the call, you're sending the end of call report back to go high level, right? We're getting it back here and go high level. And you want to make sure that you have your analysis plan, call outcomes set up, call outcome property with the description, mark as required. And that is it. You can do your calls and your whole system is going to be running. That is all you have to do. Again, your assistant ID is up here. Your prompt goes in here. Your call analysis, end of call report will send out your call outcomes. If you do those steps, it should take, like if you were just flying through, you didn't have to do any prompting. You just copied the templates and pasted them in. You can literally have your whole system running in 20 minutes. I obviously went through and explained how a lot of this stuff works, so it takes a little longer to explain. But if you are just doing this, like once you do it once, it'll make sense. If you need to do this again for a client, you can literally have a client account up and running in 20 minutes. The majority of the work is going to come in the actual prompting of the assistant. So, making sure that this is a natural, authentic conversation that runs smoothly. Some other things you want to add in here is like a knowledge base for the assistant. Again, like if the assistant needs to have some context on your client's business so that the assistant knows what it's talking about when it's calling out to people, you just add a knowledge base at the bottom that says knowledge base and all the details you want. If you want to use tools, we're about to add some tools. We are going to set up the send appointment link tool now. So what this will do is when the person on the other end of the phone confirms that they want to book an appointment, we're going to send them a link via text message so that they can book. Awesome. So let's set this up. If I go to Tools and hit New Tool, one second. All right, cool. Sorry. I had to grab some headphones so I could listen to music while doing this. Unfortunately, YouTube won't let me just play music out loud. We could all be vibing, but solo party. Okay. We're making a tool. So very similar process to setting up the server for the end of call report. The only difference is instead of waiting for the call to end to send information to a server, we're going to do it during the call. Also, we are not going to be using Go High Level for tools. The reason for this is in order to use a tool, we need to send a webhook and get a response from that webhook. So here in Go High Level, you'll see we're sending a webhook and we're catching it, but there's no node on Go High Level that responds and sends information back to the source. And we need to send information back to Vapi so that it can use it during the call. Okay. So we are going to use N8N for this instead. Awesome. I'm going to set up a workflow. If you don't have a self-hosted N8N, you can just use the cloud. Again, I'm going to be posting a video soon for setting up your own self-hosted N8N. Send appointment linked Masterclass. Okay, so I now have a workflow set up. First things first, so I'm going to turn this on. Oh, can't turn it on yet. Got to start with the webhook. So our trigger is receiving a webhook from Go High Level. This is a post webhook, and we need to respond using the respond to webhook node. These are your settings. Awesome. Make sure to set respond to use respond to webhook node. It's very important. So we know to start, we definitely need these two nodes, the webhook and the respond to webhook. Oops, that is not correct. The respond to webhook. It's going to respond with JSON, and we're going to make the JSON body in just a second. Okay. So we have our webhook that's catching the webhook. We have our respond to webhook. So what needs to happen in the middle? We are sending an appointment link to the contact that we are speaking to. In order to do this, we need to find the contact on Go High Level. The way we find the contact is by using the Go High Level API to search contacts based on the number of the contact that we're speaking to on the phone. Caveats here. If you're talking to somebody on the phone and they are not on a phone that can receive text messages, then you have two options. You can ask them for the best phone number to send a text message to, so then they can give you their number, and we can use that number instead of the one that they're calling on. Or you can use the voice AI to actually book the appointment itself. I like to use send appointment link because it's simple, smooth, and it works well. However, the other alternative is just use the voice AI to actually book the appointment. We're going to start with sending the link this way. Okay, so webhook catches the information from Vapi. Let's set that webhook up real quick. So here's our server URL. The difference between test URL and production URL is when you're using the test URL, you have to hit test workflow to actually make this workflow work, and then you can map the details. But I'm going to show you how to set this up with the production URL and just completely skip having to do the testing. So we're going to go to production URL, so we won't have to change this later. Copy the webhook, go to Vapi, and the server URL, you're going to paste your webhook and save. So now when we're using this tool, Vapi is going to send the information to N8N so that N8N can do what it needs to do. It's going to take some actions here, and it's going to respond with the results using the respond to webhook node. Okay. Creating the tool. This is the property that we need to send to N8N in order to reply based on that information. So the property that we're sending here honestly, we really don't need anything since we're just going to use the number that the customer is calling on, and that information gets passed just based on the phone number that we're calling or the phone number that called into us, right? The customer's phone number. But anyways, I'm going to put in here property name is, this is just like the call outcome, right? And our analysis, and the analysis plan, when we have the structured data, we had a property name, call outcome, and a description of the property. This is the same concept. So the property name, we'll just do appointment. Appointment. This is the appointment date and time. We're not using the AI assistant to actually ask for an appointment date or time here. So something else, actually, I'll go ahead and set this up. So if we needed to collect a phone number on the call, do phone. This is the phone number of the caller, including country code. Example. +1. I'm just going to put my number in here. This is the phone number of the caller, including the country code, with no additional spaces or symbols, comma, only the plus country code and number. Example. Save. Is this required? Yes, phone is required for this to work. Hit next. Now we're naming the tool. The name of the tool is send appointment link. This is the description of when to use the tool. This tool is used to send appointment link to the callers after they have confirmed that they would like to schedule an appointment. Only use this tool after confirm the user wants to schedule an appointment. You will then use this tool to send a link for to use to schedule their appointment. This send link tool. Okay. Create. Boom. We just made a tool. Go back to your assistant. Go to functions, select tools, pick your tool. Now, this assistant has a tool attached. That easy. Not hard. Super straightforward. Now in the prompt, we want to explain to the AI in the same way that we just explained when to use the tool when creating the tool, we're going to use the prompt to explain to the assistant when to use the tool. So if they show interest, all you need is their name. Since you will be texting, since we're going to be asking their name, in the properties, we're also going to pull name. This is the name of the caller. We're going to make that required also. Cool. Back in the assistant, we're asking for their name. And I'm actually going to also say collect the phone number to send a message to. Since you'll be texting the appointment link to, okay. All you need is their name, their phone number. Ask the caller to slowly to provide their country and phone number that would best be that would be the best for receiving the appointment link. Please ask them to say their country code and number slowly to ensure that you get it accurately. Speak their phone number back slowly to ensure that you got it correctly. You must confirm that you have the correct name. Ask I'm going to say the spelling of their name. The spelling their first and last name. You must confirm that you have the correct name and phone number before using your tool to schedule the appointment. So the reason I'm putting this in all caps is because it's important, and the AI does recognize all caps is important. So after confirming their name and their phone number, you must use the send appointment link. You must use the send appointment link tool in order to send the link for the caller to schedule their appointment. You must stay on the line with the caller and ask them to confirm that they received the link to schedule. Then instruct the caller how to schedule the appointment. They must click the link, select a time that works for them to schedule the appointment, fill out the form, then submit the appointment request. Appointment. Okay, the reason why I'm explaining step by step how to schedule an appointment is because we want to make this error proof. We want it to be as simple for people to schedule as possible. So sometimes having the AI just say, hey, these are the steps you need to take, even though it may seem obvious, you still want to help people as much as possible. If they do not receive the link, let them know. There's a couple things to do here. If they don't actually receive the link, we can just ask them to state their preferred date and time, and we'll have somebody confirm their appointment later. That's what we'll do. If they do not receive the link, ask the caller to state their ideal appointment date and time, and we will schedule their appointment, and we will confirm their appointment after the call. Okay. One moment. Okay, publish. And now we're going to test this. So back inside of N8N, I'm going to turn this on. I'm turning it on because we're using the production URL, and this needs to be on for it to actually work. So our workflow is now active. We're going to catch the webhook, and we're going to respond to the webhook. I'm going to add some steps here in just a moment, but first I want to actually get the information from Vapi so we can map it. All right, so let's go back to our contact. And I want to trigger a call. So actually I'm going to go to the automations and remove myself from the workflow so that I can put myself back in the workflow. Okay. So I'm going to remove myself. So the reason I have to remove myself is if somebody is inside of this workflow, they can't get added again. So I'm manually removing myself so that I can add myself back in. Again, usually I would go add a tag to do this the right way, but you know, when I'm testing, I can just hit test workflow, hit my name, run test. All right. I'm going to receive a phone call here momentarily. Here it goes.
You have a trial account. You use this message at any time by. Hey, Trejon, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going?
I'm fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking. I wanted to reach out because I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yeah. What's this about?
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access immediate financial and operational support through partnership opportunities. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you?
Yep, that's fine.
Awesome. Could you please provide me with the spelling of your first and last name?
Yeah, my first name is Trejon. My last name is Edmonds. That's spelled TREJONEDMONDS.
Thank you, Trejon Edmonds. Just to confirm, could you please share the best phone number for you, including your country code? Please say it slowly so I can get it right.
What's the country code?
The country code is a prefix that you need to include before your phone number. For example, if you're in the United States, it would be +1. Can you please provide your country code along with your phone number?
What's the country code for the UK?
The country code for the UK is +44. Would you like to provide your phone number now?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm in the United States, so I guess it's +1. And my phone number is 540-834-8866.
Just to confirm, your phone number is +1 540-834-8866, correct?
That's it, yeah.
I've sent you the link to schedule your appointment. Can you please check if you received it?
Okay. So it sent. The reason I can see that it sent is because inside of N8N, if you hit executions, you can see every time this tool is being used, right? So I can see that the tool was attempted to be used at 3:20 Eastern. Again, my laptop is in Eastern, so 3:20. That's the right time. It just happened. And nothing actually happened, right? There was no response sent because I don't have anything filled out in the response here. But I did get information from the webhook. So typically when doing this, if you are using the test webhook, you're using the testing URL, you would have had to hit test workflow and then when the tool gets used, you would catch the data here and be able to map it. I don't like to have to do that. I just like to go straight to production. So if I hit executions and hit the execution, I can click the example, right? This is the execution that just happened. So I can click the webhook and I can see the results I got from Vapi, right? Vapi sent this information to the server. If I go to JSON and I copy the output, right? This is the information that came from Vapi. If I copy that and go back to editor, I can click on the webhook. I can click this little pencil in the top right corner, and I can change this output to match exactly what Vapi just sent me, right? I just copied it from the results in the executions, and I'm pasting it in the editor. So now my data is pinned here, and I can actually use this data that came from the webhook and the execution. I can use this information from here, and I can actually use it in my editor to set this up. So that's how I skip needing to go through testing, is I just pin the output data inside the webhook, and now I can actually map this. So we're going to start with an edit fields node. So I can map the information that's coming from the webhook in order to easily be able to pull it in the next steps of the automation. So some stuff that we're going to need. We are going to need the tool call ID. So let me just grab that, drop it in, tool call ID. We are going to need the properties that we were looking for earlier, right? So we were looking for name and phone. So you'll see the name is a little funky, right? I did spell it and it still came out wrong, but it's okay. It's close enough. I can go give it some additional details to say, hey, double check. Actually, I'm just gonna do it the right way. Go back to Vapi, go back to tools, go down to name. This is the accurate spelling of the name of the caller. This needs to be the spelling that the caller provided for their name. That should help. So what it did is it was just listening to me saying my name rather than getting the spelling. So I'm just being doubly clear. Hey, this is the spelling of the name. So if I go back to N8N, next time it should be a bit more accurate based on my spelling. And look, this is the phone number that I provided, right? Phone, and it did it perfectly, which is awesome. Now, again, you would do it this way if the person you're calling cannot receive text messages to the number they're calling on. You can default to this just for everybody. You can ask for their phone number, and that will catch all instances. If you know for sure that the people you're calling can receive text messages, then you could use, there's a customer here. Let's see. In the information we got from Vapi, you will see, yeah, I might be able to search it. Customer. Yep. There's a customer response that has the number and their name. So, right, I triggered this call from Go High Level. So my name and my phone number were dynamically placed inside of, like, the assistant already knew who it was calling, right? Because it was an outbound call from Go High Level to somebody who we already had their name and their number. If you're calling businesses, for example, you don't know the name of the person you're calling, you just have the business number, then that's when you would want the AI to be asking for a name and a number, right? If you already have their name and their number, then you don't have to ask them their name and their number when you're booking the appointment. But again, I'm setting this up as a catch-all. So if hypothetically I was calling businesses and I didn't know who I was calling, and that number might not be the best to receive text messages at, the AI can ask for the name and the number of the person who's actually booking the appointment. Now, again, when people use the send appointment link, like when they actually click the link to book the appointment, they're going to have to put the best contact number and their best and their name in there anyways, and their email. So your CRM will be updated with the accurate information that they are applying for the appointment in. So it doesn't really, again, that's why it doesn't necessarily matter if this is wrong. Like if the name is wrong, at least, because we should already have their name in the go high level if we're calling people we know. But if you don't have this contact already, right, or if it's an inbound call and you need to create a contact, then we're actually going to need to have a name and a number or an email to be able to create that contact on go high level. That's because go high level requires the name field to be filled out and either a phone or an email to create a contact. And I'm going to show you how to do that in just a second as well. So tool call ID, that's important later. We're getting the name from the property and we're getting the phone number from the property. Again, your alternative is if you know for sure who you're calling and their number can receive a text message, you can just map this using customer instead of the properties that the AI is dynamically pulling. But what we did is we just used our tools, right? And the tools, we were pulling the name, pulling the phone number, so that's what we're mapping here. And that's it. That's all we're using there. So we're setting those fields just so they're easy to find now, pretty much. Okay, so the next step, after we have set our fields, we want to search go high level for the contact that we're calling. Now, if you're doing outbound calls, you should already have a contact created for this person. But for example, if they give a different number, an alternative number to receive a text message, it's going to create a new contact based on that text, that number. If they give the same number that we're already calling them on, there won't be any need to create a new contact. But in order to determine whether we have that contact in our CRM already or not, we are going to use an HTTP request to search go high level for those contacts. So let's go to our go high level API documentation. If you don't know how to find that, you can go to go high level 2.0 API, click on their stoplight here, overview integrations API. And ta-da, we're on the 2.0 documentation. Okay, so here I'm looking to use the search contacts. So I need to go down to, it might be in contacts. Let's see. Let's go to contacts. Get contacts, create contact. No, there's a search. Here it is, search. So we can search contacts using the Go High Level API. So this is going to search into your CRM for the contacts that we are looking for. You'll notice that some of the requirements for our search contact is we need the authorization header, the version, right? These are required. And we're going to need the contacts array. If you have a contact ID, you could search by contact ID, but we're assuming that we don't have the contact ID of the person we're calling. Like if this is an inbound call, they might not even have a contact yet, right? But what we do have is their phone number. So we are going to search our contacts for their phone number. There is some explanation for how to use the advanced filters to be able to search contacts. So I'm actually going to click this document here so that we can see how do we use this HTTP request. I know that it is a post request, right? What type of request is it? It's a post request. So on N8N, I'm going to set up post. There is some other information that is required, so I can set that up. The alternative, this is something really cool about N8N, is I can actually just copy this request sample. It's copied. I can go back to N8N, and I can actually import CURL, paste the example request, hit import, and now it just built out the request for me. So that's a super simple way to do it. The method is post. The URL is the URL from the documentation, right? Here's our URL. It's also right here. Little warning, when you try to copy it from here, for example, if I copy this and paste the URL in, Oh, it looks like they fixed it. Sometimes when you're pasting something that is in bold from Go High Level, it'll add a little space where the bold starts. So you want to make sure to delete that space, but I actually got it right already. And again, when we're importing it using the import button, it already makes it the right way. All right, so authentication is none because we're actually authorizing this using the headers and the bearer token. It filled out the headers that we needed, right? It filled these in automatically because we imported it. Now what we need to do is we need to add the data. So we need to add what are we actually using to search. One other thing we'll need to add is we'll actually need to use our bearer token from Go High Level. I know that we need to use that because here it says bearer authorization. How do you authorize this call? I know that an authorization is required. See, required. And I need it to say bearer and then our token. Here it lets us know, okay, we can use the access token generated with the user sub account type. That is that's OAuth 2 API authorization. That is complicated. That is the hard way to do this. We're going to do this the easy way using the private integration token of the sub account. Cool. Trajan, where do you find PIT of the sub account? I have your answer. If we go back to the sub account we've created, right? We made this at the beginning. Go down to settings and go to private integrations. You will see that you can actually make a private integration token for the 2.0 API document. So create new integration. This is going to be Masterclass sub account. None of this matters. Again, this is just so you know what you're building the token for, so you can easily use it. Select scopes. So this is going to determine the permissions of this API token. I'm going to select everything. I want this token to be able to use any of the tools that are available in the API documentation that this token could be used for. So I'm just going to select everything. If you only want this private integration token to be used for some things, just pick the scopes you want it to be used for. I'm just going to pick everything. I don't want to have to use multiple tokens for multiple things. So just select all of the options in the scopes. This token is the ultimate token. It can do almost anything in the sub account. Okay. Lots of stuff. You can do so much with the API documents. It's so cool. Okay, we're near the bottom. There we go. So we can do everything. Great. All right, this is your PIT. Again, just like the API key from Vapi, just like your Twilio auth token and SID. Do not expose this. This is your password pretty much to using API documents or the API with Go High Level. If you expose this, anybody could be using your account API. So don't expose this. Save it somewhere. I'm going to copy this whole thing. I usually like to save this stuff inside of a Notion document, which I will pull up. I'm going to pause this just to make sure I don't accidentally expose something. Okay, so I'm here inside of Notion. I have a new page set up. I'm going to save my private integration token and make sure that it is accurate to what is on Go High Level. Let me just hit copy here. I'll paste again. All right, save this somewhere because you won't have access to it again after you close the page. So I'm going to grab my pit, save it. It's good. Okay. And now I have a private integration token for the sub account. I'm going to go to custom values and go to the growth of simple setup. And you will see one of the custom values in this form is called PIT. Our private integration token. Here you go. Private integration token for the sub account. Edit, paste. Booyah. We now have a custom value set up for the private integration token. This is going to be important for later when we're doing some automations for the text assistant, but I figured I might as well save it here now so that I have it saved somewhere. Private integration. Back inside of N8N, we know that we need our bearer and then private integration token right here. The reason why we know it needs to look like this is because the examples from the documentation says authorization is the header. What goes in there is bearer and then our token, right? So back on N8N, we have bearer and then our token. I try not to put any information that I don't want exposed here. I'll typically go back to just got that whole thing. I'll go back to the edit fields and I'll just create a field called authorization bearer. This will still expose your information, but if you need to use this authorization bearer token in multiple places and eventually like you do expose it and you need to change it, you can just change it here. And when we're mapping this field to multiple steps inside of our automation, we can just change what we map in that set fields, right? So now I can do something like this. I'm going to run the workflow so I can start mapping, right? I mapped all of these things in the edit fields already. I'm going to test the step. Cool. So now I ran this step, so I got some data to pass through and output here. The other way you can run the step is hit test step. Right? It got its input, it got its output. Now I have an edit fields output that has all the information that I set in the edit fields node. So I can go down to authorization. I can find my authorization and it's mapped in. So now authorization is going to pass whatever information I set inside of the edit fields node. Authorization is my bearer and my private integration token that we just set up. The version, again, this got set up automatically when we imported the example curl. But as you can see here, we need version and the value, right? Version and the value. This stuff also got set up automatically. That's cool. Authorization, our bearer token. Cool. That's all we need for the headers. In the actual body, now we need to look at the example from Go High Level on how to set up body. You have two options. You can read through all of this documentation and try to understand it. It does give you samples of what you could be looking for. I'm kind of lazy though, right? And I don't want to read all this stuff. So I'm just going to hit Command All, copy, go back to Claude, paste, say, hey Claude, I need to create an HTTP request using the search on Go High Level. So I'm going to give you the example documentation on how to set up the data for making this request. I just need to search for a contact based on their phone number. So the search needs to return results based on the phone number that we provide. Can you please help me create the data for the HTTP request? Again, if you look back here in the documentation, you'll see it gives us all the information we need in the example, but data is empty, right? I know that I need something in here because the contacts array is required. The total array, so how many results can it give me, is also required. So those two things will have to be inside of our request for this to work. Now there's a bunch of stuff that we can search based on. We're going to be searching based on the phone, right? So I just told Claude that I'm searching based on the phone. and I need it to give me the data. So let's see what happens. Claude's going to do its magic. If you don't know anything about API documentation, you can ask AI to help you with all of this stuff. And look, it just gave me what I needed, right? It's going to search my location. If you need a less strict search, you can also use contains. We're just going to use is equals. The only thing it changed was contains. Like if you're just looking for a part of the phone number, but I want the exact phone number. Yay. So we're going to copy this. Again, I could explain to you why it works this way. You could read this and figure it out yourself. But I just gave this whole documentation to Claude and told Claude to help me. What's up, Saad? How you doing, dude? He might say something soon, but we're just going to keep going. Okay, so we have the request body documentation from Go High Level so that we know what needs to go inside of our N8N tool when we want to use this. On the N8N tool, we're going to label this so it's easy to see. This is search GHL. We're going to go down to JSON type, and we want to use the JSON. Right, this is just the format of what we just pulled from Claude, right? We gave Claude the example on how to build it. Claude gave us a response. We copied it. We go to N8N and we paste it. So the information that we need here, I can just delete all of that extra stuff here. Oops, I need to delete it from here. Okay, so the information we need here is location ID. Where do you find the location ID, Trey John? I will show you. If you go back to your sub account, you can click on any tab. Something you'll notice, there's two places to find your location ID. The first one is if you go to Business Profile, Location ID, it's right here. The other place you can find this is Location in your URL. Right after location, you can see your ID. So you can actually grab this from any page you're on, Location ID. So I'm actually going to go back to custom values real quick. Go to the Growth is Simple folder. We're going to find location ID. Location ID. We're going to see. Again, we're not necessarily using this custom value yet, but later when we set up the AI agent for texting, this is going to be convenient. So as I'm finding this information, I'm just going to go ahead and save it where it needs to be saved as I'm moving through so that it's all there later. But that is our location ID. Back in N8N, I'm going to go to Edit Fields. I know that I need location ID, so I'm going to make a field called location ID. And I'm going to save my location ID. So now anytime I'm using this, I have my authorization bearer token and my location ID already saved inside of the edit fields, right? So that way, when you're using this for a sub account, you have these tokens, you have your location ID, it's already in place, and you just need to make a new one of this for each of the sub accounts that you're making this for. If you have multiple clients, they're going to need their own bearer tokens and their own location IDs. This is based on the sub account. This information we're getting from Vapi. This information we're putting in from Go High Level. So when we use the search Go High Level node, we have the URL, post method, all the information necessary in the headers, right? Our bearer token, and the body that we got from Claude. Now, your location ID, we need to map using location ID. So you can map it here. We just want to get one page. We don't need a bunch of pages. Again, if you want to understand what this is talking about, just read through the documentation here. It's not necessary to understand. This is just the format that's required. The filters that we're searching for, field is phone, equals the number that we're getting from the Vapi webhook. So let me delete that. And if I go back to phone, right? This is the phone. The AI asked the caller, hey, what's your phone number that we can send a text message to? It got this phone number for us. So we're going to put this phone number that we're searching inside of the values. Now, if I test this step and search the contacts or search my Go High Level for a phone number that matches this, we're going to see a result of 1, which is my contact. Yay. This actually did not return anything. We will see why in a second. So this is an empty array. Let's see, +1, 540, 834, 8. Aha, and this is why Vapi added an additional 8 here. This is 88866, not a real phone number. Not right. Whenever you see something that is not right, go fix it immediately. So here I need to provide better directions for extracting the phone number. Their phone number. Ask the caller to provide their country code and phone number. That would be the best for receiving the appointment link. Please ask them to say their country code and number slowly to ensure you get it accurately. Speak their phone number back slowly to ensure you got it correctly. Let's go to tools. Tools, phone. This is the phone number of the caller, including the country code with no additional spaces or symbols, only the country code and the number. You must be sure to output the exact phone number that the caller provides. That should help. Again, I typically prefer to map the numbers based on specifically which number we're calling to the user. So like I'll use the customer, right? Because we know exactly who we're calling and their name. That's usually how I'll do these mappings. But if you don't know their name or their number, this is the best method to go with. But that's why we put inside of the assistant, just in case errors do pop up. We did tell the assistant to, if they don't receive a link, right, if for some reason that phone number was output wrong, we'll just make sure that we go back and manually actually confirm the appointment. So that's why we have these, like, if something does break, the AI can just tell them we'll do it manually, right? All right, so we're going to test this again, and we're going to try to get the correct information this time. So if I go back to Go High Level, to the workflow that we set up, you'll notice that, again, I went through, I answered, so I should be in the answered section, which I am. I could go check the end of call report and see what happened on the call, but I won't. Instead, I'm just going to click the outbound call webhook. I don't need to put myself back through the whole workflow. I just want to test the call so I can test the tool. So I'm just going to the webhook, save response from this webhook so that I can run a test, send test request. My phone is going to ring, and it is dying.
You have a trial account. You can remove this at any time by up. Hey, Trajan, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going?
It is.
Hey Trey.
On. What's up, Saad? How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I'm reaching out because I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yeah, can you go ahead and send me the appointment link?
Trey, can you hear me?
I can. Can you?
Great. Just to confirm, can I get the spelling of your first and last name, please?
Sorry, guys, I had to take that call real quick, so we're back. It's going well. How about yourself?
I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. I'm reaching out to independent gym owners like yourself to discuss a potential partnership opportunity. I work with gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yeah, seems about right.
Great. We help gym owners like you access immediate financial and operational support through partnership opportunities. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you?
Yeah, that's cool.
Awesome. Could you please provide me with the spelling of your first and last name?
Yeah, it's Trejon Edmonds. That's TREJONEDMONDS.
Thank you for that, John Edmonds. Now, could you please share the country code and phone number that would be best for receiving the appointment link? Please say it slowly so I can get it accurate.
Yeah, I'm in the United States. So +1 540 834 8866.
Just to confirm, your name is John Edmonds and your phone number is 540-834-8866. Is that correct?
Yep.
I've sent the appointment link to you, Trey. Could you please check if you received it?
So I'm just adding a quick note here to say think carefully and output the exact number. I hope that helps. Let's check the tool to see if we got the execution. All right, cool. We did just get an execution. Hold on one second. I'm checking.
Sure, take your time. Let me know if you received the link.
All right. So as you can see, we were a little bit closer on the name. The phone number looks correct this time. Going to edit fields. Yep. Phone number. Oh, no, this is still the pin data. Number 4. Let's unpin that. Hey, can you actually try to send that link again, please? Hey, can you actually try to send that link again, please?
No problem. Just to confirm, could you please state your ideal appointment date and time, and I'll make sure we confirm that for you after the call?
No, just go ahead and send the link.
I understand, but I need to confirm your ideal appointment date and time.
No, you
so we can
don't.
ensure
Just
everything is set up.
send the link to me, please. Use your send appointment link tool.
I appreciate your patience, but I need to confirm your...
She does not need to. Let me check this again. Okay, this is the execution that we just did. The webhook data has right. That looks right to me, right there. Let's go to edit fields. I just want to make sure. Should be getting. Am I going crazy, or is this? No, it's still pushing out 888. Why does it do that? What is the total number of digits in a phone number, not including country code? I don't know if it's all the same anywhere you go. Is it the same for every country? So I don't want to say make sure that this is 10 digits because I know other countries have different phone number lengths. Yeah. So I don't want to tell it a specific digit amount. And again, this is why I don't really like to use the AI to pull phone numbers, but I know that we can just be a little bit more. You must confirm that you have the correct name and phone number digits. Let's go back to the tool and say phone. Think carefully and output the exact digits for the number as the caller states them. Okay, let's try this again. Send test request. Call comes in.
You can remove this message. Hey, Trajan, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going?
I've got to change that voice. I do not like it. It's going fine. What's up?
I'm glad to hear your day's going fine. I'm reaching out to gym owners like yourself about a potential partnership opportunity. I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yep.
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access immediate financial and operational support through partnership opportunities. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you?
Sure, why not?
Awesome. Could you please spell your first and last name for me?
It's TREJONEDMONDS.
Thank you, Trajan Edmonds. Now, could you provide the best phone number for you, including your country code? Please say it slowly so I can get it right.
+1 540 834 8866.
Just to confirm, that's 540-834-8866, correct?
Yep.
Thank you for confirming. I've sent you the link to schedule your appointment. Can you please check and let me know if you received it?
Nice. Yeah, give me a second.
Seems like
Let me
your
check.
message got cut off. Sure, take your time. Just let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm just going to mute her for a second. Okay, so we got the output. Again, I'm going to copy this data, go to editor. I'm going to pin it here. Oops, nope. Edit it. Paste the most recent output. It is pinned. And now let's map these fields. So we can see Trajan Edmonds. We can see that time I didn't put any spaces because I just spelled my name and didn't say it. The number 540-834-8866. It got it right this time. Again, we'll pressure test that in a bit. Now let's search contacts. And it actually got my contact because the phone number was actually correct this time. Right? Phone number +1 540-834-8866. So I'm going to hang up on her real quick. Cool. So when troubleshooting, again, the systems work pretty seamlessly. The issue is you have to be very particular with the AI to get it to output exactly what you want to output. The workarounds are if you're doing outbound calls, right? If somebody opted in and you're calling out to them, you already have their name and their number. Instead of using the tool to get the property and the value, right? Instead of using this, where is it? Instead of getting these arguments, name, number, you could just go down to customer. And this is going to pull the specific. This is going to pull the specific number that you dialed out to with the name that you dialed out to. This stuff comes straight from Go High Level, so you know it's right. This is more error proof, but this doesn't work if somebody is calling. If this really only doesn't work if somebody is calling with a number that you don't have, right? If they're calling inbound and you don't already have them in your Go High Level, or sorry, no, it doesn't work if it is a number that can't receive text messages. So you need to get a number that can receive text messages, or you need to get their email. But in the same way that the AI is a little buggy when trying to get the phone number, it's also a little buggy when trying to get the email. So you have to do the same process of making sure that it really does know exactly what the person said on the other end of the phone, which gets a little hard when people speak with accents or people have are talking in a loud environment. So that's why we will also set up the AI to do booking just like with the voice itself. But this way is a bit more simple. As far as just the delivery, right? Just sends a text message and then they can choose whenever they want to book it. All right, so we have successfully searched for a contact. Now we want to be able to determine what needs to happen based off of the search. So if we do already have that contact, right? We looked for their number in Go High Level and a contact comes back, then we need to put an if else statement. So if the results from Go High Level, if contact ID exists, so that means if we see this contact ID here, that's true, it's going to go up the first path. If I didn't have a number in here, like if I searched for the contact based on that number and nothing came back, there would be no contact ID. It wouldn't exist. So this would not, be a true statement, right? But if it does exist, it's true. In which case, we're going to send the link using an HTTP request. This is going to be another Go High Level request. We'll set it up in a second. Now, if when we search Go High Level using that phone number and it doesn't exist, we are instead going to create a contact, also using the HTTP request. Because when we're sending the text message link, we're sending it to the contact ID from Go High Level. We're not sending it straight to the number. We're creating a contact and sending it to that contact on Go High Level. This is why you need to do the A2P registration so that you can actually send text messages, which, a good point. I don't actually have that set up, but you'll still be able to see the attempted message go out. Okay, so this is send SMS. I'll also show you how to set this up to send via WhatsApp if it's an international number. So we'll do that in a second. This one is going to be create contact. And then we're going to want to send the SMS. And then we're going to want to respond. So this is just how we error proof, right? We're building something that actually is going to, if there is a contact, we send the message and then we respond that the message was sent. If we don't have a contact, we need to create a contact and then send the message and then respond back to Vapi. And we'll keep going down this path. So we can also send WhatsApp. And the reason why I have that as an option is because we do work internationally. So some people can't receive a text message. Some people will need to receive a WhatsApp message. So we're going to start by trying to send the SMS. If the SMS fails, we're going to send them down an error path, right? So now we have an error output. I went to settings, on error, continue using error output. I also want to retry on fail. We'll try once. Same thing down here. I want to retry on fail. We'll try once. if there's an error, we always need to have an error path. We don't want to stop the workflow if something errors out. We want to still be able to get the response back to Vapi somehow. So we'll kind of work out what the potential error paths are as we continue. So error, retry on fail, 1. No, no test. Okay. So if we can't send via WhatsApp, we're going to try, or via SMS, we're going to try to send via WhatsApp, and we'll actually set this up in a second. This is send WhatsApp. Now, if we can't send via SMS, we can't send via WhatsApp, for whatever reason, something broke, we're going to have one more error path, which is if that one errors out as well, then we're actually just going to text ourselves. Send a notification to ourselves via SMS or WhatsApp or whatever we choose. Duplicate. And this is going to be send SMS or WhatsApp, whatever you prefer. Send WhatsApp, SMS to notification to schedule manually. Because that's what we're going to be doing in a moment. These same processes for send WhatsApp or send a manual notification back to us are the same processes we need to do if we didn't have a contact and we had to create one. So we're just duplicating the same process down here. Okay. All of these, regardless of what happens, we need to respond to the webhook because Vapi needs to know what happened. So all of these errors at the end of them point back to the respond to webhook node because Vapi needs to know what happened. Same thing down here. Let me save that. I'm going to come right back. I have a meeting. Okay, that was a super long meeting. I started the meeting in LA and I'm in Thailand now. So, only, just 6 days later. Sorry about that. All right. So let's continue working from where we left off. I believe we are at actually sending the text message. So we are going to go back to go high level. Oh, wow. I'm bright. Let's go to messages. Messages. Is it messages? I have to remember what the actual endpoint is called. Might be in contacts. Contacts, task, appointments, tags, notes. No. Let's search. Send SMS. Send new message. There we go. Boom. Yeah, right here. Conversations. That's what it's called. All right, so we are in the conversations drop down. Send a new message. This is our URL. This is the body. Again, remember, there's pieces that we need to look at. Authorization is required. Version is required. Type, SMS, email, WhatsApp, other options are required. Contact ID that we're sending this message to is required. I will show you exactly what is required beyond that because you don't need all of this information. For example, if you're sending an SMS, you don't need an email. You don't need any of this email stuff. Remove it. You don't need an attachment, right? All that stuff can be removed. If you're not doing anything with appointments, remove it, right? Remove, and we're sending in a link, so nobody's booked an appointment yet. There is no appointment ID, so we don't need any of that stuff. Do we need a message? Yeah. This is an SMS. SMSs don't have subject lines. Remove it. Reply message ID, not necessary. Remove it. Template ID, remove it. Scheduled timestamp. This is if you want to schedule the message for a future time. We're not doing that. We're sending it right now. Remove it. Conversation provider ID, not necessary. Remove it. Email to, not sending an email. Remove it. Remove it. From number. It's going to send from your default number on Go High Level. Remove it. Unless you want to send from one of your other numbers on Go High Level, then just, choose the number from Go High Level you want and add it. But we're going to remove it. Actually, we can keep this. And if you have the number that you're using to trigger the outbound phone calls, we can send the text message from that same number. And so we'll actually probably map that. So we'll keep from number. We don't need to use to number because we're already using the contact ID, and it's going to send it to that contact. Actually, I just remembered what we're doing with this flow. We will keep the to number because we're going to be collecting the number from the user on the call. But if you'd rather just use their standard information that's attached to their contact ID, you don't need to number either. But we're going to go ahead and copy this example. Go to N8N, go to send to SMS, import curl, paste it, import it. Now our URL is in there, our authentication stuff is in there. We'll map this in just a moment. It's going to be the same way we mapped this one. Authorization. We're actually going to, let's go ahead and execute a couple of these things so I can test. All right, so let's map our token. Where are we at? We're looking for the token we used in edit fields. Authorization. So let's remove that. Map over authorization. Beautiful. All set. And again, I just went through the stuff we need. So we need SMS because that's what we're sending. We'll need contact ID, so we'll keep that. We don't need appointment, attachments, email, blah, blah, blah. We do need message. We don't need subject, reply, template, schedule, conversation, email to, email reply mode. Remove all that. And we should be good with what we need. Now let's just map the appropriate information. So we know it's an SMS. Let's leave it. Contact ID is coming from the search go high level step. We have our contact ID here. So let's go ahead and add that. Contact ID. Let's grab the message, which is whatever you want to automatically send using the AI, or using the automation. The AI is going to call this tool. It's going to send whatever message you put in here. So, thanks for, let's just say, hey, here's your link to book a time on the calendar. Click below. Let me go grab a link real quick. Yep, that one has a calendar on it, so let's just grab that one. Cool. We'll drop that in there. There's a calendar link. From number, we're going to use the same number that we're texting or calling the person from. So let's find, no, not that one. It should be in the webhook that we got from Vapi. If you scroll down to phone, where is it? It's in here somewhere. There's a lot of information in here. But it should just be phone. Yep, phone number. This is the number that we did the call from. So let's just go ahead and grab that, paste it in here. And this only works if you have A2P set up, right? If you don't have A2P, your messages won't go through. But for our testing purposes, we can actually see that the message attempt was made. I'll show you how to check that. The to number is the number that the person stated they want to receive the text message to. Again, you could just use contact ID, and in that case, you would just be sending the text message to whatever number is attached to that contact on Go High Level. But if they're requesting a different number, then you would use the phone number that they requested that's being sent in the tool call. So, to number is the number that they stated. Cool. And that is how you send an SMS. Let's go ahead and test it real quick just to make sure it's set up right. And we got an error. Why do we get an error? It's probably because A2P isn't set up. We'll double check here in just a second. I actually am gonna remove the remove that real quick because I want to see what the I want to see what the error message is. Location phone numbers do not include this from number. Okay, so I have not actually attached this number to Go High Level, and that is what the error is. So let's go fix that. Masterclass. All right, let's go down to settings. Let's go down to phone numbers. And as you can see, I have no phone numbers in here because I haven't even connected Twilio here yet. I'm now remembering where we're at in the video, and we've only tested from Vapi so far. We haven't actually connected the phone numbers into Go High Level itself. We've launched some calls, but we need to actually... No way you're making me log in to my dashboard. What? No, do that in English. One more moment while these things load. Okay, so we have Chris here, and we need to... So we're going to test the call and send the actually like set up the workflow to send it. Let me go ahead and actually set up the WhatsApp messaging here as well so I can demonstrate how that works. So let me turn this back on to continue with error output so I can map that. Okay, cool. So we'll fix this by going over to Twilio. Sorry, everything is down right now. I'm going to have to confirm this. Oh, I might actually get my... Good thing I didn't have to do a confirmation code because this is all not... Okay, cool. I was already... Don't... Stay on the masterclass, baby. Go back. Okay. So let's grab our account SID. So we are going to connect our Twilio information. If you go to your agency tab, right, it's the main agency that can access all the sub accounts. We're grabbing our account SID. And where's that? So go to agency, go to settings, go to phone integration, that, go sub account settings. I'm going to go to Masterclass, edit, log in now, paste your account SID, copy your auth token, paste the auth token, authorize. Twilio is now set up for this account. Let's go back to Masterclass. Now when we go down to phone numbers, we're back on the Masterclass sub account, go to settings, hit phone numbers, and you will see our numbers that we purchased here. Let's add the number. Awesome. Now we have a phone number from Twilio connected to Go High Level. So if somebody calls this number, it's going to go to Go High Level. It's not going to go to Vapi because we don't have this phone number set up in Vapi, right? So right now it's just going to go back to Go High Level if somebody were calling. I'm just letting you know, just so you know that little detail for now. But if we go back to our automation, we do another test. It was successful this time because we actually had that phone number in there. We can double check to make sure. Right in contacts. And we can see that the message was attempted to be sent. It didn't actually go through because I don't have A2P set up. Please display in a way I can read it. So I can't read that, but you can see you do not have A2P compliance. So the message won't actually get sent right now, but we can see that it was trying to send it, so we know that it's working. Now, in the case where we want to send this via WhatsApp, you actually need to go to your settings, scroll down to WhatsApp, and purchase WhatsApp for $10 a month. This is the easiest way to get it set up. This is so that Go High Level now can send and receive WhatsApp messages. You're going to need to go ahead and fill that information out. I'm not going to do that for this demo, but it's super easy. Just go to WhatsApp, hook it up. The only difference from that point is I'm actually just going to duplicate this workflow, delete the one we had in there, drag this over, success, error. This is send WhatsApp. And down here in the type, change this to WhatsApp, which again, you know that that type is available because it says it right here. WhatsApp. Sending a WhatsApp. So if it fails to send an SMS, then it'll try to send a WhatsApp. That is for the people who are in international, places, and we can't actually send SMSs to those numbers. This should error out in that case, and then it will try to send them a WhatsApp instead. The alternative is you could ask people, hey, would you prefer to receive a text message or a WhatsApp? And then we could put in a conditional logic here to say, okay, we would just add another property to the tools, right? In the tools, we could add another property that says response channel, and then this would look something like this: response channel, the user's requested response channel, and it would be SMS or WhatsApp. And then the AI will pass that as a property at the end of the call or inside the tool call, and then we can just map that back inside of here. Cool. Okay. So you could, map it, and this could be a dynamic variable that passes SMS or WhatsApp. You could just write Vapi sends SMS or WhatsApp, and then you map that variable here. I like this method because it's a little bit more error proof. Like, we'll try both either way. We'll try an SMS and we'll try a WhatsApp. If the SMS doesn't work, I don't mind doing that. But both are solid options. Anyways, if WhatsApp is attempted or SMS is attempted, it doesn't work, we'll try to send a WhatsApp. If that's attempted and it doesn't work, then I actually usually use a Twilio node here to send a notification to myself. So we're gonna use Twilio, send SMS, WhatsApp, blah 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 blah. Just make sure to connect your Twilio account. I already have one connected, but you just go to edit credentials, and then not edit credentials. You go to create new credential, add your Twilio credentials, like so. Save. I'm actually gonna name this Masterclass. And yay, we have it all set up. And this can be a from message. This can be the same number that we're using for the calls. Right, so let's go down to phone numbers. I like to hard code this step. Like, I don't need it to be any specific number, or I don't need the number to be dynamic. I don't need it to change. Like, I just want to receive the text message. This is a number that is always going to be working in my account. So this is the number I want to receive the message from. This is who I want to send the message to. You could also do this. You could send Twilio text messages directly instead of using the Go High Level API, but then you're not going to be tracking the messages inside of Go High Level. So we don't do that. I like to see everything that's happening in Go High Level. And this is going to send to me, so I would put just my number here, plus. Why isn't my plus working? Plus, there we go, +1, 3, 4, 8, 6. And if I wanted to send it to WhatsApp, I can hit to WhatsApp. But actually, I am going to try to do to WhatsApp. User attempted or tried to send appointment link to user but failed. Please reach out or review the please reach out and I could even have some like dynamic information, right? If I wanted to know which user I was trying to send this to, I could just grab, where's it at? We'll go to search, go high level. That user's ID came up, their name, whatever information we have in our CRM about them will come up here. So I should be able to find their name and their number. Yep. So I'm just going to grab this real quick. I just want to know what the variable is so I can just copy and paste it real quick. Copy. Okay, turn expression on. And it's going to pull that from the other step before. Right, if you actually want to see what that looks like. See, Trey John tried to send this stuff. Trey John tried to send appointment link, but it failed. So just passing that dynamic variable so you know who to go like look into your CRM for when something failed. Okay. That is that. Respond to webhook node is the last step. So this field needs to respond back to Vapi about what happened here. So if we go to Vapi, we're actually going to go to the Vapi docs. So Vapi, Vapi docs, documentation. We'll go down to tool calls. Where is it? Let's look it up. Let's look up tools. I believe it is in here. So this is the tool structure. This is the payload. This is the examples. This is the server response format. So when we're using the respond to webhook node, this is the format that we need to use. So we're going to just copy that. This is an example of what that might look like. You can watch other videos, whatever, but we're doing it right here. Okay, so respond to webhook, and I actually want that one to still respond. Respond to webhook is respond with JSON, the body that we just copied from Vapi. The tool call ID is coming from the webhook, so let's grab the webhook. Here's our tool call ID. Let's map that in. And the result is great. We sent the link. Can you check your messages? That's what we want the AI to say when it sends it. So actually, I do want a slightly different response for if we fail. And we're going to say, looks like I had some trouble sending the link, but I've let Trajan know to reach out and help you get scheduled. Comma. Is there a date and time that you have in mind? Or that is there a date and time that would work for you? Or actually, this is how we'll do it. Looks like I had some trouble sending the link, but I'll have our team schedule you after this call. Is there a date and time that would work best for you? Cool. All right. Good. Go. Save. Now everything that's happening here, copy, is the same stuff that happens down here. The only difference is we have to create a contact first, so let's go ahead and paste that. Big difference is we need to grab the contact ID from the previous node, from this create contact ID step, which the response would be, let's grab it real quick. It would look like create contact. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong field. My bad. Scroll down. We're using create contact item JSON contact ID. This format might be a little weird to we need to actually test this and test it with a contact that's not already created and go high level. But the format is going to look something like that. Uh, yeah. Where did I change it in the second one? Yeah, I changed it here. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and actually just do this the right way. So let's test this whole workflow now. Go to Vapi. We're going to go to profile, phone numbers. Or sorry, we're going to go back to go high level. Go to the automation. I actually cannot receive text messages or phone calls to my main number right now because I am not in the States. So let me go ahead and change my number here real quick to a number that I actually can receive messages to or handle phone calls on. Let me think about this real quick. What would be the best? Okay, so I am going to just ring myself using uh, another Go High Level account. Since I can't receive numbers to my main phone number right now. So my number on my other account is. Let me pause that real quick. Right here. So now when I make the call from this account, we should be able to actually connect. Automations, Breath of Simple, outbound calls. Let's go ahead and click on the multi-call workflow. And let's give it a test. Failed. Bad request. Why? Uh, let's go back real quick. I'm gonna change my number back and just see, because that's all I changed since the last time we ran a test. Uh, okay, it worked, but obviously I won't actually be getting this call. So I'm gonna try one more time using the go high level number. It shouldn't be a problem, but it's probably because I just pasted it in and I didn't write it in the right way or something. Plus one. Let's try that again. Automations. It's simple. It's a simple. Let's give it a go. Okay. Test. Select contact. Test. Send a test request. So it's failing because it's not connecting to the number that I want it to call. And I don't know why yet. But you know, the best way to figure it out is to go to Postman. Let's put in the number we want here. Oh, shoot. I don't need to. I should probably just open up another. Okay. So I can stay here, pull up the contact. This is our number. Copy that. Go to Postman. Again, we're using Postman to check for what the error responses are. Why is it broken? So let's send the request. Number not found on Twilio. Oh, look, I'm just changing the wrong spot. That's my bad. Don't change your Twilio number. Change the customer number. Well, that's what I just did here. I don't think that's what I was doing before, though. All right. My bad. Try again. Couldn't create Twilio call. Twilio error. The number 833 is unverified. Trial accounts may only make calls to verified numbers. So this is would not be an issue if we were not using a trial account, and would not be an issue if we were in the States and calling my regular number. I have to think about what we are going to do then, because I do not feel like buying an actual account on Twilio right now. Okay, I thought it through, and in the meantime, we're just going to run this using the web call. At this point, again, I would typically be testing this on my phone like it was the real deal, but I don't have that capacity at the moment, and that is okay.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
It's fine. Can you send me that link, please?
I'd be happy to help with that. Just to confirm, do you own your gym business and the property it's on?
I do, yes, indeedy.
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access
That's
immediate
perfect.
financial and
I want to book an
operational
appointment.
support. Awesome. Can I get the spelling of your first and last name, please?
Yep, it's Trejon Edmonds. That's TREJONEDMONDS.
Just to confirm, that's Trejon Edmonds, spelled TREYJOHNEDMUNDS, right?
No, it's
Now, could you please provide your...
TREJONEDMONDS.
Got it. So it's Trejon Edmonds, spelled TREYJOHNEDMONDS. Could you also provide me with your phone number,
My
including the
first name
country
is
code?
spelled TREJON.
Thank you for clarifying. So it's Trey, spelled TREJON, right? Now, could you please provide your phone number, including the country code?
Yeah, it's +1
I'm here and ready to...
540-834-8866.
Just to confirm, your phone number is 540-834-8866, correct?
Yes, that's right.
I've sent the appointment link to you. Can you please check if you received it?
Workflow. The workflow execution had an error. The workflow had an error caused for unknown reason.
It seems there was an issue sending the link.
Let's look at this error. Okay, so fun fact, something actually that I noticed recently that I might as well tell you now. 4.0 and most OpenAI LLMs have been pretty silly lately. So I am actually switching to, this has been one of my favorites lately, Google 1.5 Flash 002. Make sure to do the 002. Flash, not good. 002, mwah. Perfecto. So we'll try that again. It should help with like the brain. So typically, if like your LLM calls, your tool calls are bad, like it's not extracting accurate information from the conversation, or the AI just doesn't seem that smart. It's usually the LLM, the brain. So switch to something other than OpenAI, and you'll see better results. What I find is like every time OpenAI drops a new model, it's only good for like 4 months or so, and then it just is like bad. Uh, this happened with 3.5. This started to happen with 4.0 mini like a couple months ago, and now it's just like bad in general compared to everything else. So don't use it, or keep using it and learn for yourself to decide. But I'm switching. Anyways, let's figure out this error. So the error is I just don't have create contact set up, which needs to be set up. So create contact. If I go back to the Go High Level documentation and go to contacts and go to create contact, grab this example here, go back, import the curl, paste it, import it. It's going to set everything up for me. Remember, we are, okay. We are mapping these things from, actually want to map that way. Let me run the test real quick. True. Let me run a test real quick. So I'm just connecting create contact to this path real quick so I can actually map the previous steps. I'm going to switch it back in just a moment. But if somebody hypothetically were to come down this path, yes, so if they were to come through this path, we would need to still map our same authorization from the edit fields. So let's grab authorization. We are going to need their first and last name, which we are getting from the tool call, and we already attached that to our edit fields. So I'm just going to grab name, and paste it into the name here. We're going to grab, we don't need their email because we're not asking for that. Our location ID we will need, so let's grab that. We don't need their gender. Their phone number is right here. All right, again, this is the information that we're collecting with our tool call. Address, not important. City, not important. Pretty much everything else is not going to be very important. All you need to create a contact is a name and a phone number or an email. Delete all of that. And delete this last little comma. So when you're separating key value pairs, so key value, you need a comma at the end of each key value pair to separate key value, comma, next key value, comma. Your last key value pair in the list does not need a comma at the end of it because it's the last one in the list. So delete the comma. Now our JSON is set up. name, location ID, phone number. If I were to test this step, it likely wouldn't actually create it because it's going to be a duplicate. So I'll just say a different number next time we do this test, and it'll be fine. Because it's going to pull the number from the tool call. So it's going to try to search go high level using. We have it. I think we have it searching using the phone number of the actual caller. Right. No, we're using the number that the caller speaks and like states that they want to get a message from. So or receive the message to. Create contact. If create contact errors out, then we'd probably just want to go straight to Twilio. Honestly, create contact shouldn't error out ever. But we'll send a response back to the. We'll send the same response that we sent here. Like, looks like we had some trouble sending the link, and we'll just make sure to reach out to them manually, or just book the appointment manually. Listen to the transcript, book the appointment. Sometimes you gotta get your hands a little dirty. That's okay. All right, let's test this again. It should work now because we actually have this node set up. Go to Vapi. Let's do a call. Again, I would usually be doing this with my real phone number so I can really actually test.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
It's going fine. How about yourself? Hey, can you just go ahead and send me the link to book an appointment, please?
Sure thing. Before I send the link, could you please confirm your first and last name and your phone number, including your country code, please? I want to make sure I have everything perfectly accurate. Please say your phone number slowly so I can get it right.
Okay. Trejon. That's my first name. My last name is Edmonds, and my phone number is +1 833 368 0333.
Okay, let me confirm. Your first name is Trejon and your last name is Edmonds. Your phone number is 833-368-0333. Is that all correct?
Yeah, I don't know if I told you the country code, but it's +1.
Okay, great. So just to be clear, your full name is Trajan Edmonds, and your phone number is 833-368-0333. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm sure you have it. I don't really remember what I said to you because I just made the number up. But yeah, go ahead and send the link there. That's great. There we go.
Okay, let's try this again. What is your first name, last name, and phone number, including your country code? Please say your phone number slowly so I can make sure I capture it correctly.
Okay. So she tried to run it, and we created a new contact. Right. Search go high level for that made up number that I just said. Nothing came back. Right. Because I put in this random +83336800333. It did get the number right though, which is awesome. Create a contact because that number didn't exist. Right. Search go high level. If something is returned, go to the send a message. If not, we need to create a contact first. Then try to send the text message. Now I should actually update this. So contact ID needs to come from. Oops. Okay. I'm going to take this output from the Vapi tool call that we just got. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go back to the editor and paste in a new output, the most recent one we got, so I can actually accurately make the edits. So let's just run this again. Test, 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 test. Oof. Unfortunately, I just made a contact, so it's going down the path like it, did find a contact. So I'm just gonna manually change this number real quick, just for demonstration purposes. Or not for demonstration purposes, while I remap it. And I'll just make sure to fix this again in just a moment. But for now, I just want it to... I just deleted something that I didn't mean to delete. What did I just delete? I deleted the authorization. And this is why you save things as you're going through. Okay, yeah, this is exactly why you save while you are working. So that I could have just refreshed the page, but no worries, campers. I can just go to another execution, a previous one. Gonna edit fields and copy that sucker. Go back to editor. Go back to edit fields. Paste it. Cool. All right. Problem solved. But save as you work, please. Anywho, all right. I'm gonna, for just a moment, put in a new fake number, so we can go down the right path. So let's test this step. Search contacts. It's not going to work. It's going to go down the false path. We'll create a new contact. So boom, boom, boom. New contact created. Awesome. It was successful, so we're going to try to send the SMS. All of this information is the same. What needs to change is in contact ID. So again, I just copied this from the path above that was, contact is searched. It, contact searched. We find the contact. We send an SMS to that contact ID. In this case down here, we had to create a new contact, so we need to map the contact ID from the step called create contact here. So just delete contact ID, paste, message, hey, here's your link, book a time, same link, from number is now. So this is supposed to be sending from the number that we're calling the person on, since I'm doing these tests over the web app, right? It's not actually going to be sending from the Twilio number, because there's no Twilio number to be pulled, right? Because we're doing a web call, and this is not an outbound phone call. Usually this would be, the number that's coming from Twilio, which I can still do. So I'm gonna leave it. No, we can't do that. Not in a real test. Like, since I can't call a lot of problems are springing from the fact that I can't call myself right now, just to my regular phone. But that's okay. I can just hit test step and put, just put that in your mind that this would have usually worked if you could call yourself, or if you had a Twilio account that wasn't in demo mode and you weren't using a trial phone number. I don't feel like buying $20 worth of Twilio credits to do this, because it's okay. Create a contact, send the SMS. If you can't send the SMS, send the WhatsApp. Blah blah blah. What is set up here, right? Just review. What is set up here is the same exact stuff that needs to get set up down here. The only difference is you're going to grab the contact ID from create contact. When you're sending it from up here, you're grabbing the contact ID from search contacts. Okay? That is it. It'll fly from that point. And as proof of the pudding, you saw that we actually attempted to send it from the Vapi call, right? When we did the call on the web app or the web call, we did successfully. Is this one? Yeah. It did actually trigger the call, made the call. It errored out because I didn't have this, because we can't actually send messages right now. Um, it got to the Twilio step of. Why did this error out? Twilio could not find a channel with the specific from address from 213. The number from which to send the message. 213-652. 213-652-6534. This should be the same Twilio number that we were already using. There should have been no problem there. Twilio could not find a channel with. Oh, it's because I don't have WhatsApp set up on my Twilio. So turn off WhatsApp. I thought that might have worked, but it didn't. And that's okay. So now if I go run this test again, we'll just do it one more time just to drive the point home. Talk with the assistant.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
I'm fine. Can you send me a link to book an appointment, please?
Sure. Before I send you the link, could you please confirm that you own your gym business and the property it's located
I
on?
do. And my name is Trejon. That's Trejon, spelled Trejon. My last name is Edmonds, Edmonds. My phone number is +1 540 832 2967.
Okay, Trajan Edmonds, let me confirm that's 540-832-2967. Is that correct?
Yep, you got it.
Okay, I've sent the link. Please check your messages and click the link to select a time that works for you to schedule the appointment. Once you click the link, you'll be able to select a time, fill out a short form, and submit your appointment request. Let me know if you don't receive it and we can arrange an alternative.
Hold on just 1 second, actually. Just be cool.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, guys, so what happened is in this edit fields, I forgot to change that back to be, the mapped response. So it did go down the search go high level contact path, which did reply with an, because we did actually just make that contact when we were doing the testing. It did try to send a message, but this does give us the opportunity to demonstrate, how it works when there is a contact that's already created. So it tried to send the message. If we go look inside of go high level, we can see
Great, I'm glad we could. Okay, I understand. So
we have
we're
actually
able to work through that. And
thank you very much. We've tried to send a text message. That did work. Hey, real quick, don't run the tool again because I'm actually going to make a quick edit before you run the tool to send the appointment link. So just be quiet for half a second.
okay, I will wait. Let me know when you're ready.
So let's go back to the editor.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Okay, hey, can you go ahead and try to send me that link again now?
Okay, let me send you the appointment link again. What is the correct spelling of your name and your phone number again, please?
You already got it all.
Please say your country code.
You're good.
Okay, I've sent the link. Please check your messages and click the link to select a time that works for you to schedule the appointment. Once you click the link, you'll be able to select a time, fill out a short form, and submit your appointment request. Let me know if you don't receive it and we can arrange an alternative.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Bye.
Have a great
All right, so as you can see, we did the test. It, ran webhook, catches the tool call, edit fields is just so we can map some information. Search contacts. We searched, couldn't find the contact because it was a random number I made. Obviously, I don't have that person. Create the contact was made. Send the SMS. We did accurately send the SMS to the person that we were trying to send it to. I honestly thought this might have errored out because from number isn't mapped right now, but it just probably sent from the default number. Let's go check, go high level real quick. Contacts. And it is true. It tried to just send from the default number. A2P is not set up, so that's why again it was unsuccessful. Well, actually, this might be because it's not a verified number. Yeah. Trial accounts cannot send the unverified numbers. Blah 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 blah. So maybe what we do. So did the webhook worked? What we I mean, yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm just thinking about in the case of other errors. Let me just think about this for a second. Okay, thought about it long enough. Long story short, just go actually purchase a Twilio number, and then you can make calls to unverified numbers, and you'll be able to test this legitimately. Again, I'm on a trial account on Twilio here, so you can't actually call unverified numbers, but we could legitimately test this if you upgrade and put some money on your account. Okay. So that's sending the appointment link. We pretty much covered everything that is necessary to build it from scratch, why you would build this, how to get it set up in your account, how to set the account up. Up to this point, we're now sending appointment links, and that is all for finishing the building of the automation and the prompting for sending appointment links. You can always fine tune the prompt a bit more. Again, this is not like I did not spend a lot of time making this prompt, flawless and explaining step by step, to the AI how to send the appointment link. Take some time to prompt and make sure that you're clear and articulate in, the expectations that are set for the AI. But again, for demo purposes, you now know how to set up your tools. We're good on this one. What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay. After getting some much needed rest, I've come back and this was working as of we last noted. And I thought more about handling these errors here. The best move is the one that I'd already mentioned, is asking to do like a response channel. So inside of the actual Vapi assistant, having Vapi ask for the response channel of SMS or WhatsApp should be enough to determine what channel would be best to reach them at. And we do this again just in case people are international and they don't have the ability to receive SMS. We want to be able to send them the message via WhatsApp. Speak the phone number back to them, make sure it's correctly, and then ask what channel they ask if we should send them the text message using SMS or WhatsApp response channel. Okay. And remember, we had already updated this in our tool right here. So response channel, the user requested response channel, SMS, WhatsApp. SMS channel or SMS or WhatsApp. Use the send appointment link tool to send the link to the caller to schedule their appointment. Okay. And you must stay on the line to confirm they received the link and ask them. If they do not receive the link, ask the caller to state their ideal appointment date and time, and we will confirm the appointment after the call. So again, this is to cover the error. We'll send it to them via SMS or WhatsApp based on their preference. And if they don't get it, then they'll still just let you know what appointment they want to book, and then you can review the transcript and book that manually. Cool. And you should be able to see that again in the end of call report. You'll see that there was an appointment date time. Go check your calendar to see if there's an appointment that has been booked. If it's booked, you're good. And if not, ideally the person should have said an ideal appointment date and time. If they do that, then just manually book them for that time. If you aren't available at that time, then like just book at the closest time or reach out and just ask, hey, and just be honest about it. Just say, hey, we're actually booked at that time. Can we schedule you for an hour later? Right. And then just schedule them. So we're actually going to update this workflow real quick to get the response of the response channel, and then we're going to map in the response channel. Instead of going to error out to WhatsApp here, we're just going to call this send link, and we are going to we're going to map this SMS or WhatsApp using the output from Vapi. So let's do that real quick, and then we'll fix this workflow once and for good. Once and for all. Once and something. Anyways.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
It's fine. Can I go ahead and can you send me the link for an appointment?
Great. Before I send the link, could you please confirm
Yes,
your
I
first and last name
It's-
for me?
It's TREJONEDMONDS. My phone number is +1 540 834 8866.
Okay, let me confirm. Your name is Trajon Demons and your phone number is 540-834-8866. Is that correct?
Yep.
Great. Would you like to receive the appointment scheduling link via SMS or WhatsApp?
SMS is fine.
Okay, I've sent the link via SMS. Please check your messages. Once you click the link, you'll be able to select a time that works for you, fill out a short form, and submit your appointment request. Let me know if you have any trouble with this.
Okay. Yeah, cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I actually didn't receive the link.
Okay, no problem. Could you please provide your preferred date and time for a call? We can then schedule it manually and confirm your appointment after this call.
Yeah, can we do Friday at 2?
Perfect. Let me confirm your appointment for Friday at 2 p.m. Your name is Tree John Demons and your phone number is 540-834-8866. Is that all correct?
Yep, that's fine.
Great. I've noted your preferred time.
Okay, now also you're typically going to want to make sure to ask for their time zone. So if they say 2 p.m., you know what 2 p.m. is, appointment date and time, and their time zone. Now let's make that adjustment in our workflow real quick. So I'm going to grab the JSON output from our execution, go back to the editor, pin the new data, go to run it. We should be able to run up to here. And I bet it's going to go down the true path, false. Contact ID. This 540-834-8866. 866. Let's run the search again. Yep. Search for my contact. Contact came up. Here I am. So now we should go down the true path. Here we are. So now I'm going to map the response from the webhook right here. So if we go grab, we can actually also, we go find the response channel. So here, tool calls, we can just map it so that we can easily see this later. So in edit fields, let's go ahead and test the step again. Test, test, test. Now we're going to go to our edit fields and grab response channel and map that in right here. So now it'll send me an SMS. And then if I had said WhatsApp, it's in a WhatsApp. Cool. In which case we can now delete that WhatsApp node. If this errors for some reason, we'll still use Twilio to send us to send ourselves a notification. If not, if it works fine, then we're good to go. If the person verbally says they didn't receive the link, the AI will still go ask for an appointment date and time. So that's how we catch the error. If this webhook works, like if we do try to send the link, but for some reason, again, our A2P isn't set up, or we can't send to a verified number because we're still using a trial account, it'll still successfully send this, so it won't error out, but we're still going to actually be able to ask the person when they'd like to book, and we'll catch the error there. So we're going to do the same thing for send SMS down here, pulling it from the same exact spot. So I'm just going to copy this mapping and update it down here. We will be good to go. So this is just send link. Perfect. We can delete that now. And we're good to go. So If the send link works, it'll respond. If it doesn't, it'll give us a notification to do it manually. Same thing down here. If there's not a contact already, we need to create a contact, send the link, and respond positively. Yay, it worked. And if for some reason create contact doesn't work or sending the link doesn't work, we'll notify ourselves. Actually, I want this to go to, we'll notify ourselves and let the caller know, hey, we just need to get your appointment date and time manually. Cool. So I'm going to send you guys this template, or this. So, I'll just download it. You can import it yourself later. So I'll send you the file and then you can just hit import from file and you'll have all of this already set up. Or you can build it step by step. It's up to you. There you go. But you now see how it was built, why it was built this way, and how it works. All right. Let's move forward to, this was sending appointment link. Let's go ahead and do get availability and scheduling appointments verbally. So instead of going to send the link, we can just have the AI actually book the appointment itself. So it's going to end up looking something like this. Again, I'll rebuild this for you. No. Yeah. So we'll start with get availability and then we'll do schedule appointment. All right. So we're going to start very similarly, get availability. Ooh. Masterclass. Start with the webhook. Put this to production. We need to respond using the webhook node. This is a post method. Great. I'll start with edit fields so that we have the fields that we need. Some of these fields are going to be the same ones from here, so I'm actually just going to copy our node from the send appointment link, paste it in. It's not all going to be the same, but some of it's the same, like the location ID, etc. So we have location ID, our PIT is the same. The rest of these things I will delete because we are going to get new mappings from Vapi. We're also going to need calendar ID for this one because we're looking for the availability in a specific calendar. Calendar ID, let's go to our Masterclass here, hit calendars, calendar settings. Let's grab, so I'm gonna activate a calendar so that we actually have, it can actually look for availability. So this is active, calendar ID is right here. I'm gonna go back to the workflow, paste it in, boom. So I did not actually take that. And I'm actually gonna call this set fields. I'll leave it to edit fields, that's fine. All right, boom. Webhook will catch from Vapi after we make the tool. Edit fields will map the appropriate stuff. Now we need to be able to get the availability in the format that the Go High Level documentation is asking for. So if we go back to Go High Level Docs and scroll down to calendars, calendar events, no, calendars, yep, calendars, get free slots. So this is how we check for availability, is we use the get free slots HTTP request from Go High Level to get response with that information. We do need a bearer token, again, the private integration token that we've been using. We need the calendar ID, which we have. We need the end date and the start date that the person wants to be checking availability for. You'll notice that this is in a funky format. This is called Unix or a timestamp, but Unix MS. This is Unix in milliseconds. So it's the number of milliseconds that have passed since January 1st of 1970. It's just a weird way that computers can tell the time. So it's not ISO 8601 format. We are still going to be getting the requested date and time in ISO 8601 format from Vapi. because it's easier for Vapi to be able to convert to ISO rather than Unix. So we're going to manually or use an automation to convert the date that Vapi sends us in ISO format to Unix MS format here. So we're going to do this very similarly to how we usually do it. We're going to actually start by setting up the tool in Vapi now so we can start to map some information. Let's grab our webhook, go to Vapi, tool, new tool. We are going to make okay. The properties that we're looking for are start date. This is the date that the user would like to check availability. This is the date. So we're going to just collect start date, and I'll explain why we're not also collecting end date in a moment. Next. What is your tool name? This is get calendar availability. Availability. Okay. Get calendar. I think that's how you spell calendar. Calendar. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. Use this tool to get the availability of calendar on the specific date that the user requests. Only use this tool after confirming the specific date and time zone of the caller. Okay, start date is required and it is saved. Now we have a get availability tool. Let's go back to our assistant, go to the tools. We are no longer going to be using send appointment link. We are going to use get calendar availability. So I'm actually just going to make a duplication real quick for demo purposes. So this is send link. We're going to duplicate this assistant. Honestly, we didn't actually do that much. That I can't just do this again. So this is going to just be, same assistant. That's fine. We are going to have to change the prompts to be getting calendar availability. So if they show interest, all you need is their they say yes, you can follow up with great. We help gen owners. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you? They show interest. Ask them what date would work best for a call. Collect their city and country so that we can accurately determine their time zone. And collect their preferred date for the appointment in ISO 8601 format. So I did miss one thing on the tool. I'll wait for this to finish publishing. Cool. Let's go to the tool. We want to make sure that we are getting the calendar availability in ISO 8601 format. Cool. Save. Back to the assistant. Spelling. We won't need the spelling of their first and last name for this. We won't necessarily need their phone number either because we're not sending a link or anything. We don't need the WhatsApp channel. We can delete all of that. So if they show interest, ask them what they would collect their city and country so that we can actually collect their preferred. Well, I actually want to collect their preferred date first. So I'm just making it clear in the prompt, like what are the properties that it's collecting. So it's collecting the start date in ISO 8601 format, and we do that by collecting their preferred date for their appointment, collect their city and country so that we can accurately determine their time zone. And we're going to call this time zone in city/country format. So I need to go add that property also. File, tools, appointment, get calendar availability, time zone. This is the time zone of the user most closely associated with their current city and country location. All right. So the reason we are getting the time zone in city country format rather than in GMT is, again, if we go to the Go High Level documentation, we look at get free slots, you'll notice time zone is an optional requirement, or it's an optional input, and the example is their country city format. So it's not city country, it's country city. I need to fix that. Time zone is in their current city and country location. This is the country city time zone. Back to the assistant. This is the country/city format. And that's because that's what Go High Level is expecting. So what I like to do here is give our assistant the exact country city options that Go High Level accepts. And the way I do that is I have a list of all of the country city time zones that Go High Level does accept. And you can see this by going to, you go back to Go High Level, go to your settings, hit business profile. You should be able to find it. Where's it at? Time zone. Time zone. And then it's just literally you could copy and paste every single one of these. You just want the America/Los Angeles, America/Tijuana, like that section, and you don't want anything else. That is what I had to do. Is I actually just took a screenshot of each of these sections and then had Claude like look at the screenshot and just give me the country city. But since I've already done that, I actually already have the list for you. So let me go grab that real quick. It's saved somewhere. Okay, I grabbed it, and here it is. These are all of the appropriate country cities that Go High Level accept. I also have a little blurb here explaining how to use the tool, because again, we want Vapi to have a clear understanding of exactly how to use the tool and what it needs to collect. So there's only use the get calendar availability tool after the call is confirmed what date they would be available for the call and given their city country. Whatever city country the caller gives, identify the city/country time zone which correlates to that city, that country/city format from the list below. When using the get calendar availability tool, consider the time zone that the request has been made in and convert to country/city format if necessary. We use Go High Level CRM for our get calendar availability tool, and their API request requires this time zone to be formatted as one of the following. All of the options. Identify the correct country/city format of the requested time zone and output the converted time zone country/city in the time zone field when using the get in the time zone property. When using the get calendar availability tool. Start date is the date to start searching for availability on, and will continue to search the range of dates until end date. So we're not actually going to use, you can use end date if you want to look for like availability over several days, right? If somebody says, I'm free Monday to Wednesday, what works best? We could search Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, right? Typically, I just ask for one specific date to look for, just so the AI is not trying to list back like a bunch of different options over several days. So we're just going to do start date. But if you want to do end date, then you can do end date. But we're just going to do start date. Start date is the date to start searching for availability on. Format start date in ISO 8601 plus or minus the offset. So this is the time zone offset that is being used. This date must always be a future date. Refer to the current date and time variable in the notes. If the date they desire is not available, ask the caller for another date that they would be available. Okay. So I'm going to add one more thing to the tools. We're going to add only use this tool after confirming a specific date and time zone of the caller. It's fine, but start date we want in 8601 format plus or minus plus/minus offset. So this is the GMT offset, which again you can see here on Go High Level. GMT -8, -7. Eastern is -5. Right now I think I'm in +7. Yep, I'm in +7 right now. So it'll just give the appropriate format plus the time zone offset, just so we can be more accurate when we're searching, so we can search in their specific time zone. But we're also getting the city country time zone so that we can look up, look this up in their time zone as well, and return available slots in their time zone. Okay. So another piece that we need is somehow we need Vapi to actually know what today's date and time is in order to be able to, format the requested date and time. For example, if somebody says tomorrow, I want to book a call for tomorrow, or I want to book a call for Friday, Vapi needs to know what today is in order to determine what ISO format is for the coming Friday. So if somebody doesn't specifically say December 12th at 2 p.m., Vapi's not going to know what it's doing. So we're actually going to give some information on what today's time is, date and time. So if we go to the Vapi docs real quick, Vapi documentation, pop this up. We're looking for this is a variable value or a dynamic value. Dynamic variables and phone calls. We'll scroll down. Default variables. So by default, Vapi does have some of these variables that you can import, but we are going to use this advanced date and time usage. And the reason for this is because we can change the format to give us a bit more accurate or just more detailed outputs of exactly like what today's date is. So I'm going to show you how to do that. We can go to Claude. Hey, Claude. We need to be able to get the now, date, and time in some different formats. Here's an example of the Liquid.js format for the date and time, as is. I need two different outputs for this code. I need one that is the spoken date and time. So that would be like Friday, December 12th, 2024. And then I'm also going to need one that is in ISO 8601 format. So it's going to reformat this code to give us that output that we want. And then explains how it does that, right? So A is full weekday name, which is Friday. B is the full month name, which is December. Day is 12th. The year, the time zone. 8 ISO 8601 format, same thing. This is a 4-digit year. The rest of the format in ISO, the time zone offset, right? Time zone offset is here. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to copy both of these. Now you want to, for this one, for this code, we're telling Vapi what our time zone is so that it knows where we're at, like what today is in our time zone as like the default, and then it can convert anything. Like if the user is in a different time zone from us, that's why we're asking the user for their time zone. So it will be able to see what our date and time is with our time zone offset and convert the request for the caller's requested date and their time zone offset. That's why we gave all this information for how to do the conversions, what Go High Level is looking for as far as time zone is concerned, so that we can provide Vapi with our stuff and it can convert our information based on, or it can convert the user's requested date and time based on our current time zone date and time. So right now, comma, my date and time is boom. It'll say December. Well, for me, it would say Tuesday, December 3rd at 9:21 p.m. Well, it wouldn't say 9:21 p.m. It would just say Tuesday, December 3rd, 2024 in America, New York time zone. My right now, my date and time in ISO 8601 format is okay. Now Vapi has context. These are all internal instructions that we don't want it to speak. Internal instructions. It should actually not speak those things, ideally. Right now, my date time is boom. After using the get calendar availability tool. You will receive a response with the list of available times. Confirm with the user that their requested date and time is available. If their requested date or time has no availability, suggest alternative dates or times to schedule or to check availability for. After confirming the requested date and time calendar calendar availability, ask the user if they would like to schedule a call at their preferred date and time. Confirm the date and time. After confirming the date and time, use the schedule appointment tool to schedule the appointment at the user's or at the caller's requested date and time. Have I been saying caller throughout this all or user? Let's check our tools. So I try to use the same like phrases to tell the AI what we are doing. I try not to switch up between user, caller, or any other noun. Yeah, we've been using caller, so we'll keep using caller. Blah, 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 blah. If the caller shows interest, when using the consider the time zone that the request has been made in, caller. All right. By current date and time is current. So I'm just matching kind of I'm saying here, refer to the current date and time variable in the notes. Date and time. Notes, my current date and time, Okay. Confirm with the caller that their request is good, suggest blah, blah, blah. After confirming the requested date and time, ask the caller to schedule an appointment. Okay. This is confirm the date and time, and this is start time. You'll notice that this is a little bit different than start date. So let's go ahead and make that tool, and you'll see what we need to do to actually schedule the appointment. So we're using the get availability tool. I actually want to use the same This is get availability tool and schedule tool. So we can just put in a if else here or a switch. If it's the get availability tool, then availability get calendar. That's going to go in the value 2. This is get calendar availability. And then we're also going to use we're going to use this for our schedule appointment. So that way we can use one webhook for both, and I don't have to keep making new workflows for this. Okay. And we're going to get our first request and then map that appropriately in just a second. Let's go back to grab the production URL. Go to Vapi, paste in our production URL, save. Hit next. We are looking for, let's go to the Go High Level documentation. We are now going to be using calendar events, create appointment. So we can look, we need the PIT, authorization PIT, version, calendar ID, location ID is also required, contact ID is required, and start time is required. You'll notice that now we're using start time instead of start date, and the time is in ISO 8601 format. So Go High Level is a little goofy. It switches back and forth between ISO and Unix, but for scheduling the appointment, we use ISO. For getting availability, we use Unix. That's like all you need to know. So just like usual, we'll be copying our example request here in just a moment. But for now, calendar, location, contact ID, start time. So we need to get the start time for this tool. This is start time. This is the caller's requested start time for their start. This is the caller's confirmed start date and time for their appointment in ISO 8601 form plus slash minus plus slash minus offset or save. This is a required property. Hit next. This is the schedule appointment. This tool is used to schedule an appointment on the caller's requested and confirmed. Let's say at the caller's confirmed date and time. Only use this tool after confirming the date and time zone. the date and time for the appointment and the time zone of the caller. Great. Boom. We have another tool. Schedule appointment. Go back to the assistant. Go to tools. Change this to schedule appointment and get calendar availability. Remove send appointment link because we're not using that one. And hit publish. Grand. Now, we have most of the details in place to be able to actually use this tool. I'm doing a speed run right now. Let me make that clear. This is a speed run. The prompting can always be better. The point here is you need to make sure your prompting matches your tool, and your tool is actually getting the properties that are necessary to make the automations work. Again, I'm going to give you the templates of the automations. You can watch this video to understand the structure of the prompt, at least what information that the AI needs to be able to use these tools. But the format and the structure of all of this can be improved. The conversational flow can be improved, making this clear, distinguished, hey, this is a tool, information about the tool. This is information about what to say on the call. This is information about the business. Putting those in their own sections, I think, is important as well. What I typically do is I just put it in order. So I put the tool information in where the AI would typically be using the tool within the context of the greater conversation. But don't think that this is the perfect prompt. It is not. That's not the point today. Today we are building some tools. Okay, with that out of the way, let's have a call.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
Yeah, it's going fine. I want to get on get this thing rolling. I want to get an appointment.
Great. I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yes, it does.
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access immediate financial and operational support through Sure. What date works best for you to chat? And could you let me know your city and country so I can set up the appointment correctly?
Yeah, I'm in Chiang Mai, Thailand, and maybe Thursday would be fine.
Okay, it seems like Thursday, December 5th is fully booked. Would Friday, December 6th work for you instead?
Awesome. So she did a good job. Used the tool. Didn't have availability, suggested a different day, but she doesn't think there's availability because, right, we haven't actually set this up, but I needed to get the webhook information. So here we are. Let's see our execution, our webhook. I didn't even get any of the information I needed because I don't have a respond to webhook node in here. So let's just drop a respond to webhook in real quick. Respond to webhook. Respond to webhook. Yeah, so we're actually gonna have to do that test again so that we can see the output because there was no output. Other details. All right. Let's do that again.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
It's going fine. Hey, can I go ahead and schedule an appointment? I own my real estate and business, and I'd like to get an appointment with you guys.
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access immediate financial and operational support through partnership opportunities. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you?
Yep.
What date would work best for you? And could you let me know your city and country so I can find the best time for you?
Yeah, I'm in Chiang Mai, Thailand, and Friday would work. Awesome. Okay, cool. So we got the request in. Let's check it out. JSON. Let's copy this. Go to the editor. We're going to paste in the output. Again, I'm just doing this because I don't like to use the testing URL. I like to go straight to production so I don't have to change URLs later. Let's save. Boom. And let's do some mapping. So at the switch, we need to be checking for the name of the tool call. So tool call name is, it needs to be is equal to get calendar availability. Right? Copy that. And if it is equal to this, we will go down the testing path or the get calendar availability path. Yay. Edit our fields, make sure that we have the appropriate information. We have location, authorization, calendar ID. We also want time zone. We're going to go grab the time zone. We're going to grab, oh, we also want start date. So let's just drag that here. That would be start. Date. Location, authorization, calendar ID, time zone, start date. That is what is required to run the get calendar availability tool. The get free slots. We need calendar ID, authorization. Time zone is optional, but we're going to use it, and a start date. We're going to use the same start date to be able to format our end date as well. So that's why I didn't get Vapi to try to pull an end date because we're about to set that up ourselves anyways. So like usual, we have some more automations to build. I guess location ID isn't even required for get availability. It doesn't look like it is. Just the calendar ID. Yep. So where you can actually go ahead and remove location ID from here. Okay. So we set some fields. Now there is a little bit of work to do. We need to convert our start date from ISO format, right? It got my country code offset right. It got my requested date and time right. All right, I said Friday, which would be December. Wednesday is the 4th, Thursday is the 5th, so Friday is the 6th, right? December 6th. Perfect. I love it. All right. So a couple pieces we need to do. We need to convert the ISO format into Unix. So we're going to look up date and time. We are going to format a date. We are going to format, let's actually go ahead and run this so I have some stuff to map. We are going to take the start date and we're going to form that in Unix MS timestamp. This is what Go High Level is looking for. The output is our start date, options, date. So this is formatting it into Unix, which is perfect. This is date and time. This is format Unix MS. Start date. So we'll run it. The output is the Unix MS format of our requested start date. Now, when we're using the start date tool, sometimes when you're looking for a specific time, like if the user were to request a time of like at 5 p.m., we'll start our search at 5 p.m. and Go High Level will have a hard time actually getting the availability for 5 p.m. It can look at everything after the requested time, but the actual requested time is usually off. So what I like to do here is add another date time formatter that uh, that adds or subtracts from a date. We're going to use subtract from a date. So date to abstract from is the... Oh, actually, I did this in the wrong order. Sorry, guys. 1 second. We're going to subtract first. So again, I'm doing this because if somebody requests a specific time, say they said 5 p.m., and we tried to search the availability for 5 p.m. and onwards, Go High Level is going to return free slots after 5, not at 5. So if somebody requests 5 p.m., I want to make sure that we're actually searching for before 5 p.m. And that way, when we're getting free slots, we can actually list the free slots. So we're going to take the ISO date time. We're going to look for hours, and we're actually going to subtract like 6 hours. So if somebody requests for 5 p.m., we're going to start looking at 11 a.m. And this is our start date. Any options in here? No, we don't need any other options. So we're going to subtract so we can start looking a little early. Now we're going to format in the correct format. So let's actually run that one so we can map it. Start date we are now getting from right here. Right, so now we're looking from the day before. Edit fields. Just want to make sure everything's looking right. Start date. Time unit to subtract is 6. So I think what it did is it's just changing, yeah, the time here. It looks like it's just changing the time zone offset. Let's make sure this is right. JSON 2024, time units to subtract, minus 6 hours, new start date. 6. This might be trying to use my time zone. Yeah, it's using a default time zone. Timeout workflow. I think this is fine. I'm not going to change anything. I will test in just a second, though. Start date is... Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. The user's request. Format into ISO. We're good. Now we need to actually set up the HTTP request from Go High Level. HTTP request. Get free slots. Copy the request. Go back to N8N. Import the curl. Paste the curl. Import. Our calendar ID needs to go here. Again, we know that because in the Go High Level documentation, it says calendar ID. So we need to put in a real calendar ID here, which we are getting from our edit field. So if we switch this to expression, remove the calendar ID that's in there, grab our calendar ID, drop it in, boom, calendar ID. Start date is the start date that we just received from the conversion. So if we go to the format in Unix MS start date, drop that in there. And our end date, again, I usually will just use the same start date and end date. So we can just search on that whole day. But actually we'll do format Unix start date. I'm actually just going to duplicate this. And change it just a little bit. So we're going to format Unix end date. Yeah. We need to do start date and time. And then actually we also want to do the end date and time. So let me duplicate that. Okay, so here, rename. We have start date that's converting the start date and subtracting some hours so that we can search a little earlier. And then we format that into Unix. For the end, we're going to be searching for, again, the same original ISO start date. Can't determine which item to use. I'm going to just kind of change these labels a little bit. Start date and time. Looks like it's getting a little confused about, what's available here. -6 hours. This is format. We want the start date and time. Unix. MS. Let's make sure our mappings are correct. That step. Yay. And now we're going to do the same thing for end date and time. We're going to grab from the edit fields the start date. There we go. We are going to do, this actually needs to be an addition. So I thought I could just switch from inside, but we're going to add to date. So whatever their requested date and time was, we're going to do +6 hours. Just add to date, time to add 6 hours. This is end date +6 hours. Date and time. Date and time. Test step. Now we have the end date. 18 is 5. Format this. Unix end date. So we're going to take the new end date we got, the plus 6 hours, and now we have the end date. End date Unix MS. Test step. Cool. Go to our HTTP request. We're using our MS start date. So let's look at our format Unix MS start date is here. Our end date format Unix MS time is here. Searching for the calendar ID is here. And last but not least, our authorization is in the edit fields, right? This is get request. We should be able to test this step. And your request is invalid or could not be processed by the service. Unprocessable entity. No users found in the calendar. So this is, it tried to run it and it did right. The problem is we don't actually have any users on our calendar. Again, this is a testing account. So we don't have a user here. All right, I have a calendar. That's a personal calendar. That's supposed to be attached to a person, but we don't have any person, right? I don't have anybody in this account. You typically, if this is your account, you would be in here, and I'm going to show you how to do that. So if you're running an agency and you're setting this up for yourself, you need to go to the agency tab. If you're setting this up for a client, you need to go to My Staff. So if this is for a client and this is your client's calendar that you're booking to, you need to go to My Staff, add employee, add the employee, and then connect them to. So once you add the employee, you're good. They need to accept the request, and then you just need to go back to your calendar and attach the team member. If you're adding this for yourself and you're using an agency account, typically, you need to actually add yourself to this account from the agency tab. So let's go to agency, team. So agency account, go to team, grab your contact, hit edit, roles and permissions, and just add yourself to the account. So this is master class, save, switch back to master class. And now I can go to calendar settings, edit the calendar, add myself as a member, There we go. The meeting location is going to be Google Meet, and save. And save. That's cool. Alrighty. We go back to N8N. Let's test this thing again. And ta-da! We have some availability here. Okay. So this has been converted to, what time zone is this? -8. Anyways, free slots, all right there. We're going to respond to webhook node. Now we have two options on this last response. So either we got a list back and we need to respond to Vapi and say, hey, here's the free slots, or we need to respond to Vapi and say, hey, there are no free slots. Request another day. So we're going to put an if else statement. If our requested if so I have to look at the other one real quick. Yep, information extractor real quick. Information extractor is doing So we're gonna use an information extractor just to format the free slot dates in a way that's not going to break our HTTP request. Because as you'll see, this output is in an object, and it is not ideal for being able to send the request back to Vapi, because it's going to have brackets and some other stuff that'll break our HTTP request. So we're going to use the information extractor, and I'm honestly just going to take it from here real quick. I'll explain. So this is free slots description, free slots returned as a string separated by commas. It is required, and this is the prompt. You're an expert extraction algorithm. Only extract relevant information from the text. You have been given a list of free time slots in ISO 8601 or ISO 8601 format. You must return the free time slots as a string separated by commas and no additional information. I'm going to add a AI model to it. OpenAI works fine. We'll use GPT-4o. And that is all. Now we will be formatting this information correctly. Did not actually put in the, so let's do that again. I want to double check another thing real quick. Get free slots is outputting free slots. And here on the free slots HTTP request, we need to go down to the bottom and add options. Add, I believe it's response. So we need to add a response. Response format is text, and this is going to be called free slots. So that way we're not getting the output as an object. The object is harder to map in the next steps, so we just want it to be output as free slots and to never error, because we always want an output here. So let's hit test step. We now have free slots, a bunch of brackets and stuff that will break our JSON, our HTTP request when we're responding back to the webhook. So that's what the information extractor is for. We're going to test this step. And now it removes, so you can execute a note. So it's removed any of the like extra brackets and quotation marks, and now it's just the format separated by commas. If we do get this list back and it has information, list is not empty. So if the list is not empty, then we will be having a response to Vapi. And this is a JSON response. If you remember from what we had set up before, the format for the respond to webhook looks like this. So we're going to take that same format, paste it in. So we need to grab the tool call ID, which fortunately we have. Tool call ID. Let's go ahead and run this real quick so we can map some stuff. The tool call ID is coming from the webhook. Tool call ID. Tool call ID. Same numbers. And the result is the list that we are getting from the information extractor. outputs were free slots. So we're going to grab free slots. And you now see a list of all of our availability. Awesome. Now, if this list was empty, so if it is empty, then our respond to webhook node is going to look a little different. If it was empty, then we need to say no availability for the requested date. Please suggest a new date to check for availability. Awesome. That is our get availability tool in the flesh, all set up. Step by step. Simple enough. Now, after we get the availability, obviously we are going to want to schedule an appointment. So let's go ahead and set that one up real quick too. We have our location ID, authorization, calendar ID. Beautiful. Respond to webhook node will go down towards the bottom. And again, we're using the same webhook for get availability and for schedule appointment. So that's why we're doing it all in the same location. That's just so I don't have to switch and make another workflow. So edit fields, location ID, authorization, calendar ID. We are then going to be scheduling the appointment. Now, when we're scheduling an appointment here, there are two options. The person that we're talking to already has a contact ID, or the person we're talking to doesn't have a contact ID. So this is where what we have set up in our send appointment link is very similar to this workflow here. Because we need to search, go high level for a contact. If there's no contact, we need to create a contact, etc. So I'm just gonna copy what we already had in the send appointment link, and I'm gonna paste it over here because our setup is gonna be pretty similar. All right. So we took what we did in send link. Search, go high level. If we search and we find something, so this time though, we are going to be searching. See, before we were searching based off of their requested phone number and stuff like that, but we don't need to ask them if like there's a different number they want to receive messages from, because we're not sending them a text message or anything like that to get them to book. Like, we just want to book them on the calendar, using the information that we already have for that contact. So if they're calling in and we don't already have the contact, we'll just create a contact based on the number they're calling in from. If we're calling out, then likely we already have that contact ID. We're just going to use the same information. So I'm actually going to set that up in a moment. We'll do this here shortly. That is not right. I must have missed something. Respond to webhook. Okay, cool. So let's test this now at this point, and we'll finish doing the mapping for the schedule appointment in just a second as well. Actually, let's go ahead and set this up a little bit differently still. So for create appointment, we need to go to create appointment, copy the example, go back to the N8N workflow, import curl, delete the old one, paste in the new one, import it. That's fine, import it. I want to make the changes, please. All right, we'll just make a new HTTP request here real quick. HTTP request. And this is Settings on error. I'm using error, but retry on fail. Let's try twice. This is create appointment. Import the curl. This will overwrite any changes you have. I get that. Please just import. It might actually be taking a while because it's a long curl request. But it shouldn't be taking this long. All right, well, we'll just do it manually. That's fine. I don't know why that wasn't just doing what I asked it to do. I really would rather it just work. I'm gonna try deleting some of the stuff at the bottom and maybe it'll go. Yeah, it looked like it was just too long. Okay, so post request, calendar, events, appointments, accept, authorization. Again, we're going to be getting this from our edit fields node. Oh, and this is going to be, I just want to be able to get the mappings done real quick. Okay, it looks like every time I had clicked on import, it actually was trying to import. And now I'm clicking on stuff that is not helpful. Get out of here, Merlin. Okay. We are going to change this direction real quick just so I can map this information now. Edit fields. High level. True or false. False. Create contact. It's not going to actually have reference. Let's do the mapping. We're getting it from edit fields. Authorization. Version. Create contact works the same exact way. But we are going to be using the Vapi webhook to create the contact, actually. So we are looking for the customer object. Go to webhook, scroll down to customer. Which actually we might not have because, again, I'm testing this using web app. Usually we would be testing this using an actual phone call. So we'd see the customer phone number and their name. So what I'll do for now is we'll just go ahead and ask the user or the caller for their name and phone number. Ask call if they'd like to schedule an appointment for a time. Ask for the caller's name and preferred contact number. This is name number. Right. Use the tool. So let's go back to. Ooh, we're coming down to the wire. I'm running out of battery. Go back to tools. Schedule appointment link. We need 2 new properties now. We need name. This is the caller's name. Save. Make it required. And we need, we're actually going to call this phone. Name. This is phone. Name. This is the caller's phone number. Make it required. Phone. Okay, cool. To the assistant, we're looking for name, phone. All right. Let's just go ahead and do a real test now, and we'll finish the mapping in a second. Save.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
It's going just fine, Chris. Thanks for your call.
Great. I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yes, it does.
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access immediate financial and operational support through partnership opportunities. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you?
Yeah.
What date would work best for you, and could you let me know your city and country so I can find the best time to connect?
Yeah, Friday, and I'm in Chiang Mai, Thailand.
Okay, Friday the 6th looks good. What time works best for you from the available slots?
What do you have?
Let me check. Okay, I see slots at 10, 10:30, 11, 11:30, 12, 12:30, 13, 13:30, 14, 14:30, 15,
Yeah,
15:30, and 16 on December.
we can do 10.
Great. So to confirm, that's Friday, December 6th at 10 a.m. your time in Chiang Mai, Thailand. Could I get your name and phone number so I can schedule this appointment?
Yeah, that would be great. It's Trey John Edmonds. My number is 540-834-8866. I just remembered we need to fix something. Okay, cool. All right, so you got to see the calendar availability work, which is awesome. She gave me a list. Cool. Now I want to set up the schedule appointment flows. So we just got a new execution. That last execution was trying to use the tool for schedule appointment. So let's go ahead and hit the webhook, copy the output, go back to the webhook, paste our latest output, save it. Now we can map this. If we get the tool call name is schedule appointment, we will go down the schedule appointment path. So here we are in the schedule appointment path. Edit fields, location, authorization, calendar. That's good. Test step. I also need to tell Vapi to output the phone number with the country code offset. So ask the caller's name for a contact number with our country code. So this is the same exact thing that we had done for the send appointment link, because we need to actually get the country code too. Plus country code. Anyways, so we are going to grab the name, the start time, the phone number, run that so that we can search, go high level for their phone number. Again, usually I would be mapping this using the number that the person is actually talking to on the phone. There's an output in the webhook from Vapi when you're having a conversation on the phone and not in the web call that has it's the customer object. But there's no customer object because I'm doing a web app, a web call. If this is a phone call, inbound or outbound, you see the customer object, grab the phone number from there and search with that one. But since I don't have that, we are just going to grab the number based off of the output that we got from the property field that we just mapped. So edit fields, one node back, phone. I'm going to search using phone. Delete that stuff. Test the step. Contacts, array, no contact came back. And it's likely because I didn't have the country code in here, so I'm actually going to run this test again with the country code. Okay, we are down to the wire. Vapi call test.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How's your day going?
It's well. How can I help you?
I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property.
I do own
Would
my
that
business and my
describe?
property, and I am very excited about this opportunity. Can we schedule an appointment, please?
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access immediate financial and operational support through partnership opportunities. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you?
I would.
What date would work best for you? And could you let me know your city and country so I can find the best time?
Yeah. Friday.
December 16th would be great. I'm in London,
No, I want
UK.
to do Friday. I'm in Thailand, Chiang Mai.
Okay, it looks like Friday, December 13th has availability. Would that work for you?
Actually, no. Can we do this coming Friday?
Perfect. So, this coming Friday, December 6th at 10 a.m. your time works. To confirm, that's 10 a.m. in Chiang Mai, Thailand, correct?
Yep.
Great. Could I get your name and phone number so I can schedule this in?
Yep. My name is Trejon Edmonds. That's TREJONEDMONDS. And my phone number is +1 540 834 8866.
Okay, I've scheduled your appointment for this coming Friday, December 6th at 10 a.m. in Chiang Mai. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Okay, so as you can see, we searched go high level. The contact was already in there, so went up to the send link section. Let's grab this output real quick so we can do the mapping. Let's grab the webhook, JSON, copy the output, go back to the editor, paste the latest output, save it, run it up to the point where we got left off. I just went down a different path. in the one that I had before. Why is that? Contact ID exists. Search, go high level. What are we outputting here? 540-834-866. Did I actually grab the right execution? I did tell it to start getting, yeah, the plus country code, so maybe I just, when I copied this, I didn't actually paste this, because I think this is still the old pasted output. Okay, yeah, cool. Trade on Evans with the country code. Let's try that again. Run, 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 run. Oh, battery's low. Run. Sprint. Go fast. Okay, so now we want to be using, actually, we're using this create appointment, not send link. So let's go ahead and delete send link real quick. Create appointment. Respond to webhook. The error's out. We'll send ourselves a notification. Create appointment. Looks like. Good morning. Hello. Looks like we need to get the contact ID that is coming from the edit fields. So let's grab that. Or actually, contact ID is coming from the search go high level node just a step back. So let's grab the contact ID. Start time is coming from edit fields. We don't need end time. We don't need title. And that is everything we need. The authorization we need to map from edit fields as well. What's happening here? The calendar. I think there's something else we need, like the calendar ID or something. Yeah, calendar ID, location ID, contact ID. The location ID and calendar ID. Calendar ID, location ID, contact ID, start time. That's it. Let's test it. And there was an error. Let's see what the error was. Workflow. Test step. Error. Forbidden, perhaps check your credentials. The token does not have access to this location. Authorization. Did I put in the wrong location by chance? Masterclass. It looks like I did. I don't know where I got that other location from, but. And okay, yeah, whatever I copied this information from, it was coming from the wrong sub account. So let me just grab the right calendar ID. That must have been in a different account a second ago when I was doing this, which is fun. So if we go back to our edit fields and paste in the right. Oh, okay. The right stuff is over here, but it looks like I'm not actually. This stuff is hard coded. That's why these are the examples that came and go high level, not the actual mapping. So I just forgot to do the mappings. We go back to the edit fields, calendar ID, map it, location ID, map it, contact ID is set, authorization is set. We're good to go. Test the step, and that's going to book an appointment. But it did not. The slot you have is no longer available. Bad request. Start time 10 a.m. Chiang Mai. I actually know definitely for sure that it's 10 a.m. in Chiang Mai. So that's 10 p.m. In in the Eastern time, and that's what my calendar is in right now is in EST. So I know for sure that I don't have availability there. I think somewhere in the check for free slots, it's 10 a.m. Chiang Mai. Yeah, we'll my laptop's about to die, so I'm gonna have to charge this and then we'll keep setting this up. But we're almost done. We're super close. Uh, just need to finish checking for a couple of these errors and then like that's game. Not bad. All right, I'll see you guys in a second. Peace. Okay, after another round of reflection, and a little bit of sleep, I realized a thing. So on that last go, we only struggled with actually booking the appointment because our assistant said that we had availability at the time we didn't, and it was a simple issue here. Is I did not include the time zone that we are searching for availability in to get free slots, right? So I have a start date and end date, but I don't have time zone. So again, if we go back to go high level and we look at the get free slots, you'll notice that we have time zone here where we can insert a time zone. That is the whole reason we are using the tool to collect the time zone, so that we are booking in the requested time zone and we're pulling calendar availability in the requested time zone, not in our time zone. This will make it much easier for the people who want to book with us to be able to actually book because it is coming back in their time. So let's go back to the N8N workflow. Add time zone, and we will map this here in just a second. Let us hit executions, grab an old execution, one that actually goes up the right path. It's down here. There we go. This one looks like it's going where we need it to go. Let's make sure that we're getting time zone from our webhook here. And we are. So I'm going to copy this output, go back to the editor, paste the output, hit save, test the workflow. So now when we click the get free slots, we can actually map our time zone. Let's grab the edit fields, time zone. Well, now when we test the step, availability will be returned in our selected time zone, see, plus 07, which is Asia/Bangkok. Because when I did the test, I was asking for times in Thailand. So, let me save. Now, when we go back and we run this test for really, I'm just going to go ahead and delete this pin for now because we don't need it. We can hit unpin, save. We are going to do another call with our voice assistant.
Hey, this is Chris calling from the Business Pros. How is your day going?
I am quite well. How about yourself?
Great. I work with independent gym owners who own both their business and their property. Would that describe your situation?
Yep.
Would that describe your situation?
Yep.
Great. We help gym owners like yourself access immediate financial and operational support through partnership opportunities. Would you be open to a quick conversation about how this might benefit you?
Yeah.
What date would work best for you?
How about Friday?
What city and country are you located in?
Chiang Mai, Thailand.
In the city?
Chiang Mai.
Perfect. Those times are available on Friday, December 6th. Would you like to schedule an appointment then?
What time is available?
Let me check. What time zone are you in?
I already told you. Can you just tell me what availability you have?
Apologies. I must have missed that. Based on the previous response,
What do you have?
the available times on Friday, December 6th are 1 a.m., 1:30 a.m., 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m., 3 a.m., 3:30 a.m., 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m.,
Okay,
5 a.m.,
that's fine.
5:30 a.m., 6 a.m., 6:30 a.m., and 7 a.m. in your time zone, Asia, Bangkok. Which of those works best for you?
Can we do 5 a.m.?
Perfect. 5 a.m. it is.
Okay, now what?
Great. Could I get your name and phone number so I can schedule this for you?
Yep. My name is Trejon Edmonds. That's spelled TreJohnEdmonds. And my phone number is +1 540 834 8866.
Okay. I've scheduled your appointment for Friday, December 6th at 5 a.m. your time. Is there anything else I can help you with today?
Uh, yeah, just hold on with me one moment.
Sure, take your time.
Okay, so as you can see, well, this isn't actually connected to my calendar, so let's go high level. Let's hit calendars. And I want to see the appointments. I just don't remember exactly. I think I just click here. Connection lost. You may need to make sure you're connected to the internet and refresh the page. Nope, I definitely have internet. I should be able to view my calendar somewhere. Oh, yep, there it is. Okay. Calendar. So we just attempted to book here. The create calendar node said it worked. But let me just check. We have ID, calendar, contact ID, Trajan Edmonds, booked, confirmed, signed user, trace ID. So maybe if I refresh, we'll actually see it. Let's see what day it booked for. I cannot see what day it booked. Scroll down here. I see December 6th at 5 a.m., which is exactly what I had said. I should see it in here unless this is the wrong account. Nope, should be right. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just didn't have that calendar selected over here in the corner, which is why I couldn't see it. But here we are. Sales call was booked. This is 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time because that's what this account is in. But if you look up 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, you'll know that that is 5 a.m. in Shanghai. Cool. So that is the automation working. As you can see, we did have an error at the end, and it's just our webhook node is improperly mapped. So let's go ahead and fix that real quick, and then we'll run another test. So let's grab the JSON output, go back to the editor, pin it, save it. Cool. Let's test the workflow. It's going to fail here because we already have a calendar appointment booked. So I'm just going to go ahead and change just this date and time real quick. I'm going to change this to 6 real quick just so I can map the next step. Let's test it, run it. It's good. Before I leave here, I'm going to fix that. There we go. And now we can map the actual webhook. Webhook is, we're looking for tool ID here. Yeah, there was just a 1 in there for whatever reason. Cool. The step. Now it'll work. Okay. So this is spawning with the JSON, and now we can say, we can actually map something here from the appointment node, like the status or when it was booked for. We can say status booked, appointment status confirmed, and that is the only useful information that is coming from the create appointment. So we'll just let the result go back as the status and appointment status. Cool. So that is, if it works well, we're going to say, cool, it worked. We're good to go. If this fails for some reason, we can send a notification back to ourselves via Twilio, per usual. This should still be working with the same information from the search node. Let me just make sure it's mapped right. Yep, Trajan tried to book an appointment. Tried to book an appointment, but the HTTP request failed, comma, please review and book manually. Usually I would have not, I think some other information that might be good to put is obviously there's the first name of the contact, but maybe also the contact phone number. Probably good. So we can easily search. Okay, cool. Just back right. Respond to webhook is, let's delete that little 1. Looks like I had some trouble booking the appointment now, but I'll have our team schedule you in after this call. Cool. That's that. Same thing down here. We want the exact same flow pretty much. So the respond to webhook node needs to have the same information. When we create a contact, the create appointment needs to have the same information as this create appointment. So let's copy it, just duplicate it, delete it from here, paste it there, connect, connect. We are getting, the only difference again is we are getting the contact ID not from the search node, but we are getting it from this create contact node. And I see that these mappings are off a little bit. This is coming from edit field 1. There is nothing called edit field 2. Edit field 1. 1. All right, create contact. Coming from edit fields. This is edit fields 1. That's where it's going to grab the information it needs from. Create the contact using that information. Name, location, phone number. It'll grab the name, location, phone number, create the contact. So here we are going to use, I believe this will just output as JSON contact 0.id, but I'm completely sure yet, so we're actually just going to test this real quick. I want to, just for a moment, change how we're searching for the contact by adding a random number in so that we can create a new contact real quick. It's going to search and not find anything. And then we'll go false and we'll have to actually create the contact. So I just did this so I could actually map this stuff real quick and make sure it looks right. It's edit fields 1. Location body is something else. So let's just go ahead and map that correctly. Name comes from the argument name. Usually I would be using the customer information, but since we are collecting a name from the call, we can just grab that in. Obviously it's not perfectly accurate, but it's better than nothing. We would just put in some extra prompting to say, listen carefully and spell the caller's name exactly as they state it, as they state their spelling. This phone number is still coming from the old edit fields. So we're not getting it from the edit fields. We are getting it from the, oh, well, yeah, we do want to grab it from edit fields. I just didn't change it in edit fields. I changed it in the search. So we got to fix that real quick. Search. We'd be grabbing it from here, right? And that is how it's mapped right now. So it's mapped right, but I'm like I said, I'm doing this for testing purposes, so I'm just going to put in a random phone number real quick. I'm going to actually put this phone number back in, so again, it's mapped right, but for the moment being, I'm going to cut it, put in a random number to create the contact. That way, get an output of success. Let's put our regular mapping back in here now. And go to create appointment. Now I can grab contact ID from right here, from the create contact node. Contact.id. JSON.contact.id. Okay. Now if I were to test this step, an appointment should get created. Unless I already have an appointment booked at this time, which I probably do. Let's see. I actually want to see what the error was real quick. And it's probably just, again, I already have an appointment booked. Bad request Yep, the slot you have selected is no longer available. Right, I already have an appointment booked at that time, so that's why it didn't work. But that is okay. I was just setting this up to link it. Okay, so on success, it's going to work the same way as the other one worked. Tool call and status and appointment status. If there's a failure, then we're just going to say the same thing we said in the failure up here. Like we're having some trouble. We're going to reach out and book you manually. Okay. And now we have set up 3 tools. We have set up the send appointment link, we have set up the get availability, and we have set up the schedule appointment tool. Everything is good to go and ready to rock. Again, usually I would be testing this with a real phone call. Honestly, I might be able to receive phone calls on Wi-Fi. I'm just curious. I'm going to test real quick. I'm not sure, but I'm curious. So, hey, only one way to find out. Let me go back to my contact and make sure that I have a real contact, my phone number to call. Look at all these random. Nice. Okay, let's go to automation. Growth is simple. Growth is simple. AI outbound assistant. Multi-call. Multi-AI call. And scroll down and do a test. Send it. I think it's again because of it's likely because of it's an unverified number. Again, this is just for my own curiosity if I can even receive numbers while I'm here in Thailand. I don't think I can to this main number, but I was curious enough to want to check. Yeah, we're just having a little bit of issues because I am using a trial Twilio account. But that is okay. When you test this, you're going to be good. So, to recap, we've now used the form to set up our account, created a Vapi assistant to send appointments via links to check appointments and to book appointments. Our Twilio is integrated into Go High Level. Literally, like at this point, if you followed along step by step, if you're in the partnership, then you have templates to this stuff. You have the form. You can literally just fill out, just update the information here that we hard mapped. So edit fields, you're going to want to put your bearer token, MPIT, and your calendar ID. Same thing, put in your location ID, your authorization, your calendar ID. But everything other than that should flow the exact same way. Just replace these variables inside of edit fields. Same thing for the send appointment link. Change your edit fields to actually have your information authorization bearer token. And you are off to the races. You are ready to fly. That is all. That's everything. That's the 3 tools. We're actually not going to do the AI agent here on YouTube. That is something that I will be giving to the partners directly. So partners, stick around, keep watching. For the lovely folks on YouTube, I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. This was behind the scenes speed building some tools. These are pretty error-proof, pretty freaking solid. Also not super hard to set up, especially if you watch this video, you'll be able to do it yourself. If you have any thoughts, questions, concerns, think you can build it better, I challenge you to go ahead and try. I'd love to see what you got. Please have fun and have some impact, change the world, build better businesses. If you want to work with me, click on the link below in the description. Watch the VSL, come hang out with me and the other partners while we build better businesses. Scale, because growth is simple and it's fun when you do it with other cool people. I am in Thailand. It is 7 a.m. and I think I'm going to go enjoy the day now. I love you. Have fun. If you're a business looking for awesome automations, reach out. I can hook you up with a partner. If you're an agency looking to scale your agency, whether it's offer creation, marketing, positioning, the actual systems, how to onboard clients, how to deliver for clients, how to build other custom solutions, lead gen, literally whatever. If it is running an AI agency and you need a partner to do it with you, so you can lead the market, live the life of your dreams, travel the world, be happy, feel valuable, come hang out. You're the right fit. If not, I'll see you in the next video. Peace, 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 peace. Catch you later. Bye.